Hello, everyone. You are now live on YouTube.
Thanks, Pat. We'll stay muted until 1 o'clock.
So we should have, just gonna double check and make sure we got Donna, Eric, and Everett, right?
Eric has left the meeting again, but
Okay,
Everett and Donna are on.
He's got my one.
you can hear us, Donna? We can see you.
She was unmuted, now you're muted, Donna. There you
I can hear you and see you, so thank you.
Okay, good.
go. Everett, you can hear us and see us, you talk?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Afternoon, wherever we are.
Eric was in the meeting and then he left again, so I'm not sure.
He looks like he's traveling or on his cell phone.
Oh, okay.
Running through the legislature.
Well, I'm glad we can see both of you now, Everett and Donna, because for a minute we just saw Everett. Now it's gonna be a little painful.
Then Eric is on now as well.
Okay,
Okay.
Yeah,
you hear us okay, Eric?
this is my third attempt. I can finally hear everybody.
Where are you sitting?
Where am I sitting?
Yeah,
Quit
In the
moving
cabin.
around.
Well, I can't help it. I'm in the cab of my pickup.
well, I hope it's comfy.
Well,
right.
I live in it. It looks like I live in it, so it's homey, if not comfy.
I'll tell you later.
Okay. Yeah, we can envision probably or sense maybe some of the smells, and we won't talk about that. Okay, so again, I want to welcome everybody. Reminder, this is a live public meeting since it's been a while. We've all been at home doing our own thing and not thinking about that. Make sure you get your cell phones off. And I wanted to start with this little handout. I sent this to you guys yesterday, probably too late for all of you that were traveling. This is just for your convenience and understanding about public meetings. I did a training here recently that had a lot more than this on it, just boiled it down to a few things that we should keep in mind. We're not going to go over those right now, but you have them and we can talk about it if there's any questions. The one thing is we are a consensus committee, so it fits us a little differently than some of the other councils and boards. Okay. I did want to read just part of that 23201, and it's just the statement from the legislature. The legislature finds and declares that public boards, commissions, councils, and other public agencies in this state exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. And that's the hat that we've got today and tomorrow, you know, in regards to our charge. So very simple and very clear. And then to get us rolling again, same context. You've all seen the duties and read the duties, but as we go through today's meeting with staff here from FWP, I think it really helps us to remember exactly what we do with why they're reporting what they're reporting to us and what all that means. So I'm going to read through some highlights of that. So there is a private public land wildlife advisory committee composed of persons interested in issues related to hunters, anglers, landowners, and outfitters, including but not limited to hunting access programs, fishing enhancement program, landowner hunter relations, outfitting industry issues, public access land agreements, and other issues related to private lands and public wildlife. And jumping down to the third paragraph, the Private Land Public Wildlife Advisory Committee shall report to the governor and to each regular session of the legislature regarding the success of various elements of the hunting access programs, including report of annual landowner participation, the number of acres annually enrolled in the programs, hunter harvest success on enrolled lands, the number of qualified applicants who were denied enrollment because of a shortfall in funding, and an accounting of program expenditures, and then to make recommendations for funding, modification, or improvement needed to achieve the objectives of the programs. and we shall also review public access land agreement proposals, i.e. TALs. That's really the nut of what we do and our charge. And I just kind of wanted to get that back in our brains today before we listen to a lot of good information and a lot of details about what's going on in the state. So that's our welcome.
With that, we'll transition into Director Temple. He's on as well. And I just wanted to invite Dustin to come kind of address the group and outline a little bit of our role as an agency and our staff's role, as well as just kind of the expectations and the role that he's got for this committee, as well as give him the opportunity to address whatever else he may want to address with you guys and get questions for him too. It's always kind of unique that we get the director to participate, at least once throughout this cycle. This is kind of a new cycle for this committee, and so he's, as a new director, or relatively new director, he's not had a chance to address this group, so just wanted to provide that opportunity as well. So, Mr. Director, the floor is yours.
All right, thanks, Jason, and Ed and the rest of Mr. Chairman and the rest of the committee members. First of all, I want to say thank you for your service on this committee. Ed, I think you said it well as you outlined what the role of the PLPW is. And, again, this is not like a lot of other advisory committees that the department works with, and this one is statutorily created and its responsibilities are set down in the law. So I think that's pretty clear. Ed, I think you said it well. The role of the department here is to provide support to the committee in terms of information. Specifically, the law talks about fiscal analysis that we're obliged to provide. But what we don't do is generally take positions on things the committee wants to undertake. That's this committee's, it's your province, your authority is given to you by the legislature, certainly not by me or the rest of the department, to analyze how our programs are working, see places you think improvements can be made, and make those recommendations to the governor and to the legislature per the statute. Now, what we can do is tell you whether or not we think an idea is implementable. And you see us take this position a lot as it relates to legislation and or commission changes to, whatever regulation package you want to pick. We will tell you whether or not an idea that you're working with is implementable, whether it's consistent with current statute or rule, or whether the logistics will work, whether there are any other issues. What you generally won't hear us say are that things are good or bad. So that's what the law says. That's, my version of the truth as it relates to the department's role. And then there's the practical side of the PLPW, which, we have long enjoyed, I think, a really good two-way information flow between this committee and the department. And so this committee has served as an invaluable source of information on not just ideas, but places where we can improve. And I hope that continues. And so a lot of you hear things that we don't, you have ideas that we haven't thought of. And these may have things to do with, specific access programs, whether that be hunting access or the fishing access site enhancement program, which you're also statutorily charged to review and look at, or it may be something completely different. I've been privy to a number of conversations over the years where PLPW members brought something to the department that's proven to be both timely and effective, and we've been able to act on that. So he said, I look to continue the partnership we have with the PLPW, look to provide you the best possible support, catch those good ideas where we can, and help you advance the ones that you think are important. Now, things have changed a bit from the way it used to be. We used to have legislators on the PLPW. So there was sort of a ready-built conduit for ideas to get from the PLPW to the legislature. That's not that way anymore. So that requires a little bit more work. But so those are my comments as it relates to the role of the department in relation to the PLPW, Mr. Chairman, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or talk about anything else the committee's pleasure.
Questions? Cindy?
No,
Can't see you. How about over here?
that's a blessing, isn't it?
No, no questions? Okay. Well, thank you, Director Temple. Oh, Everett has one. about that.
That's okay. We're still over here in the digital world, so it happens. But Director Temple, I just want to say thanks for being on and love having the access that the committee does to you and your predecessor. So I really appreciate you being here to answer some questions that we might have. One that really comes to mind for me is the development and the status of our app. I know there's stuff coming down the pipe here, but really would like to hear from you what you see happening during your tenure as director with the app and milestones or deadlines or anything like that we can kind of see what might be coming down the pipe.
Yeah, that's a good question, Everett, and thanks for it. So there's a couple of things going on with the app right now. The first is that if you have the app and you run an iPhone, your life's pretty good. If you have an app and you have an Android phone, not so much. I think we have 1 star in Google Play. The app is so unstable. So, matter of fact, I had a meeting with our Chief Information Officer yesterday, along with other members of the Director's Office, talking about the app. And so the first order of business is we're rewriting the Android side of the app so it is stable and functional on the Android platform. So that's sort of the first piece. I would not call that an enhancement. That's just a long overdue fix of a bad product that we rolled out. So we're going to fix that. Sort of the next big things on the app from my perspective, there are 2. The first is in-app purchases. So whether you want to buy a license or apply, you should be able to do that from your app. There's lots and lots of this going on all over the world every day. We saw some big steps forward in the online licensing system this year, specifically with the buy what you had last year functionality. We got a lot of positive reviews on that. We'd like to see that available in the app as well. The second big thing that we're working on as it relates to the app are push notifications. So you've got a deadline coming up. You've got March 1st coming up. You've got May 1st. You've got June 1st. Or, hey, the drawing's done. You got Smith River. We want to be able to push those kinds of notifications to people who have our app downloaded as a way to keep them connected. Ultimately, way out, we'd like to see the app also be able to alert you to opportunities near you, whether they be here's a fishing access site near you, here's a Be an Outdoors Woman event that's near you, here's a trapper education course near you. That's a bit further out, but ultimately that's where we'd like to get to. So I don't know if that's sufficiently detailed for your question, Everett, but that's what I got.
Well, yeah, and those are definitely good. I guess I want to voice a concern that we're kind of several years down the road now, and our functionality seems to be smaller than anticipated. And I'd like to see more communication about it put out somewhere about when we expect to have this particular milestone next. Because I feel like there's not a lot there. And I look around at other apps across the country, and I know that previously we were building our data log or whatever it was to bring old information into the new system. And it's my understanding that that's done. And so now we should start to see far more functionality within the app. But we're a long ways down the road, and I just feel like there's not a lot to show for it yet.
Well, I think that's a fair criticism, and I think that's coming. We just got a mobile app developer on board here a couple of months ago. And like I said, his first task is to fix the Android side. Once we get both platforms stable, then you're going to start to see that. But the communications piece is certainly a fair criticism, and we can resolve that problem. So thank you.
Director Temple, one follow-up on that with but heading towards reservations, can you give us, or is somebody else going to give us that update as to where we stand and sort of a rough timeline towards reservations?
Block management reservations, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so there will be some available for this hunting season. Jason may have more information than I do, but that requirement was given to the department. So we will have some functionality available for this hunting season. I doubt very much that it's going to encompass every BMA. The other thing is I do know that there are some cooperators that are 100% opposed to this idea. There are some cooperators that do not want to participate. So trying to get it to a point where We've got a set of rules that are consistent enough that we can apply it with the reservation system and then figure out a way for cooperators that want to opt in to use it, those that don't want to use it to stay out of it. But there will be some functionality hit the ground for this hunting season. I will follow up, Mr. Chair, and make sure that the committee gets some more information on exactly what that looks like.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Yeah, and we could provide some updates as well during our other staff update too on process. So yeah, Dustin's right on. That's the goal.
Okay. Any other questions? Comment? This is your chance. He's gonna go get busy.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer any question, not just about the PLPW. If any of the members have a question about anything, I'm happy to answer it.
Don't hold your tongue.
All right.
Well, we appreciate you taking the time for us today to get us kicked off here, Director Temple, and we'll probably have a lot of questions at the end, so we'll send them your way.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As always, I'm at the committee's disposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Thanks.
All right, so next order, again, we're going to go through updates today. That's primarily what we're doing today, as you can see in the agenda from the department, and that'll be to the program statuses, and then questions or guidance update on the budget, and then we go into Palace a little later on. And we're going to hold member reports till the end of the day. Okay, so I think.
So there, our Region 1 Access Manager, Macy Dugan, is also on, and so she'll be presenting here as well about some of the things that are happening related to access in Region 1. And then Stephanie and I can talk about some of the other program updates related to block management and other programs we have. But I'm going to turn it over to Macy and let her run the show.
Perfect. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm good, Macy.
Okay. Awesome. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. I am going to share a presentation here. I think I'm going to have the meeting minimized, so at any point, just interrupt me if I don't see hands raised or anything. Let me get used to Zoom here. Okay, can you guys see my PowerPoint? It says a review of Region 1's private land access.
Yep, it's good, Macy.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so again, I'm Macy Dugan. I'm the access manager for Region 1. I am based out of Kalispell, and I've been in this position for a little over 2 years. I'm a fifth generation Montanan. I've worked all over the state for the agency and other departments, and I've landed myself back in Western Montana, which is the land of the trees. So, and that's kind of what I'm going to be talking to you guys about today, where the majority of our access program statewide is made up of gracious cattle ranchers and farmers. And in Region 1, corporate timberlands make up about 98% of our program here in the region. So today I'm going to give you a brief history of our access program here in northwestern Montana. And I'm going to go ahead and start us off here in 2015. So on the map here, you should see that the stars are representing individual block management areas, fairly typical of what we see across the rest of the state. And then I kind of have color coded some of our larger BMAs. So the blue is Vista Utility Company along the Clark Fork River. The brown is Stimson Land and Lumber. The gray up here is Stoltz Land and Lumber, and then the dark purple is Plum Creek Timber Company. And so all these lands here that you see on the map were enrolled between 1996 to the early 2000s, and it stayed pretty consistent up until this point here in 2015. A couple things to recognize and remember as I kind of go through these slides is until I was hired, Region 1 did not have any exclusively dedicated staff to their access program. Region 2 out of Missoula helped manage Region 1's program with the help of enforcement out of Region 1. And another thing to maybe to keep in mind too is all these timber companies they allow public access year round, not just for hunting. And I'll get into that here a little further in here just a little bit. But as of 2015, we have 763,000 acres enrolled, made up of 11 cooperators and 15 block management areas. Moving on to 2016, the major difference in these 2 years was just there was a big merger between Plum Creek Timber Company and Weyerhaeuser Lumber Company. So you'll just notice that the purple all turned into green for Weyerhaeuser. You may also notice there is a slight decrease in acreage of about 1,800 acres. I'm not quite positive what that was due to. It could have just been in how the acres were calculated between that transition, or it could have been some loss to private land sales. But at this point in 2016, we're holding with 762,000 acres enrolled, still made up of that 15 block management areas and 11 cooperators. And then in 2017, I'll kind of toggle back and forth on these a little bit, and I can go back at the end too if you guys want to see anything. But in 2017, Weyerhaeuser transferred about 17,000 acres to Stimson Lumber. So you'll notice if I go back to 2016 to 2017, kind of this Libby area, you're kind of starting to see more brown for Stimson Lumber. Also, Weyerhaeuser at this point was in the middle of transferring some of their land into a conservation easement, which eventually becomes part of the DNRC state forest in the Stillwater. So there's also about a 12,000 acre loss in the next couple of years. That's just getting converted to DNRC lands. So ending in 2017, we're at 751,000 acres made up of 11 cooperators and 15 BMAs. Moving on to 2018, kind of some similar stuff going on. Weyerhaeuser is transferring more property to Stimson Lumber and also some more into DNRC. If I go back to 2017, you'll notice there's some tracks kind of in here that's going to DNRC as well as the state forest. So 2015 to 2018, it all stayed the same with the same cooperators and same number of BMAs. We are now at 723,000 acres. And then 2019, Weyerhaeuser transfers another 50,000 acres to Stimson Lumber Company. And you may have noticed we have a slight increase here in acreage on the bar chart. And this is because Stimson had some additional lands kind of down south in the region. And in 2019, we enrolled all of their lands into a recreational management area. And we were doing this with Avista Utility Company as well. So if you remember how I mentioned that these corporate lands are open year round, they're allowing camping, hiking, wildlife viewing, berry picking, fishing, mountain biking, all sorts of things on their lands throughout the year. And this is kind of an enforcement challenge because our block management program allows wardens to write a hunting without landowner permission when someone is breaking a cooperator's rules during the hunting season. But during the summer months, when there is no hunting season, the only tool our enforcement have is criminal trespass. And because this is such a hefty citation, it takes stringent requirements to issue that and for it to hold up. So the recreational management area was a solution to this. Access manager, along with enforcement, work with the landowners. They kind of come up with a set of rules for year-round access on their lands. And these projects are submitted to the commission, who hear on it every 2 years. And if the commission chooses to adopt the project, now our wardens have a tool to write a citation for a violation of commission adopted rules. So we went ahead and did this with Stimson and Avista Company lands, and it's worked out great for them. So at this point, ending in 2019, Weyerhaeuser has transferred approximately 117,000 acres to Stimson Lumber, as well as to about 18,000 into DNRC lands as well. So we're left with 725,000 acres made up of 11 cooperators and 14 BMAs. And the reason that BMA number went down from 15 to 14 is because prior to enrolling the recreation management area, Stimson Lumber, we had in the Troy area, we had divided that up into 2 different block management areas, which is now all one. So now we see 14 different BMAs. And then in 2020, Weyerhaeuser sold all their lands to Southern Pines Plantation, or SPP. SPP Montana is what we also call it. So that's the major change there. There is about an 8,000 acre loss due to other private land sales out of some of those lands. But that's the main change there, still holding the same number of cooperators to number of BMAs. And moving on to 2021 is when our map gets pretty colorful. So our 14 BMAs turned into 19. There was several other cooperators came in. We gained two kind of more traditional BMAs with Lost Trail and Davis Creek. Green Diamond came in and purchased the majority of that chunk of SPP land. Flathead Ridge Ranch enters the mix. We're still holding on to Stimson, Avista, Stoltz Land and Lumber. We have a BMA pop up down south called Northeast Plains, along with MKH Montana as well. So in 2021, we are at 684,000 acres made up of 16 cooperators and 19 individual BMAs. And I think it's important just to note here too, like shout out to Kendra McCloskey in Region 2, who at this time, along with Region 1 staff, were holding these discussions with these new landowners, explaining to them what our programs are, what they can do, and having them stay in, keeping these lands enrolled in our block program. And then in 2022 is when I got hired on. So now we have one full-time person dedicated to private land access in the region. There were a few changes here in 2022. We lost, I'll toggle back. We did lose our a BMA here, but the department bought this land and is now Battle Rock Wildlife Management Area. So not necessarily a loss to wildlife habitat and public access. We gained a block management up north of Eureka, but we did lose our Lake Mary Ronan block management area, and this Northeast Plains area got divided up into smaller parcels and sold. So overall in 2022, we're showing an 8,000 acre loss, made up of 15 cooperators now and 18 block management areas. And then in 2023, we're kind of revamping our access program. We gain a few more, well, at least for Region 1, we had our first elk hunting access agreement. So SPP wanted to kind of manage this ranch that they made differently than the rest of their land. So they made that into an elk hunting access agreement. So it shows as a 14,000 acre loss in our block management enrolled acres, but they still kept it enrolled in an FWP program. We also this year, we also obtained the private land fishing access program. And so in our region, we do have 3 of those that I have depicted on the map here too, in these blue little half circles. So ending in 2023, we're at 671,000 acres made up of the 15 cooperators and 18 block management areas. And just to kind of summarize what all we had at the end of the season. So the 18 BMAs, 2 of them are recreation management areas, 1 elk hunting access agreement, and 3 public land fishing agreements. And just to do a little side-by-side comparison of where we started in 2015 to now here in 2023, you know, statewide, our biggest loss of enrolled property is due to land sales and transfers, and this kind of just remains true for Region 1. You know, this has happened a lot throughout the last 9 years. So these lands are being divided up, and it's just a challenge to retain them in our programs. And again, just a comparison kind of to another region. I went ahead and just did Region 2, kind of keep it in Western Montana. So where, you know, we're used to seeing in other regions a lot more number of block management areas and cooperators. In Region 1, we just have these large landowners with very large tracts of land. So where, you know, Region 2 has 74 block management areas with 156 cooperators. In Region 1, we're dealing with 18 BMAs, 15 cooperators, but totaling more acreage. So just kind of wanted to put that as a comparison, kind of just to tell the story what we're dealing with here in Region 1. And just some things that we're doing to improve the program. So again, I'm newer to this position, and this position is new to the region. These timberlands have run a no permission required system in the past. And there hasn't been any signage or sign-in boxes or other infrastructure on the landscape indicating to people that they are on private land. So I'm slowly working on this, trying to put out more signage, comment boxes equipped with comment cards, or map boxes equipped with comment cards. But it's quite a feat for one person with some very limited seasonal help to do over 600,000 plus acre landscape. So, we're working on increasing our field presence and creating better maps to provide to the public and just helping educate people that they are on private land, because many people we run into still think this is just Forest Service land that they're on. And now with new and changing landowners, it does become more of a challenge for us. Also, just educating landowners in our region is something that I've identified. I've run into a few landowners and they assume that you need 100,000 plus acres to enroll in our programs because they're used to seeing these timber companies, and we all know that's just simply not the case. So spreading the word to other smaller landowners is also on our list of goals. And just getting Region 1 kind of up to par with the rest of the state has been the goals of our program up here the last couple of years. So with that, I will leave it with any questions.
Oh, it wasn't a question. I was just up there yesterday. And I did see one of those boxes as we were driving around in the yak. So it did say Stimson. So that's a good thing.
Perfect. I'm glad you saw that.
Yeah, great information. Thank you. Just a quick question on that EHA where we lost 14,000 acres of BMA to, do you know how many EHA agreements there were or how many tags they got?
Yeah, that one they got 2 tags, and they were required for the 6 hunters. They are allowing a little bit more access on there as well. I'm not quite sure the numbers.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that one was a non-resident landowner and just a general license area. So they've got their 2 non-resident general golf licenses
Instead of permits. This
Yeah,
is
they
just
don't
a
have-
general.
They don't have permits, it's just a general.
Yeah.
We have Everett and Donna online, Mr. Chair, so if you want.
Donna?
Oh, thank you, Macy. That was very helpful. And by you explaining that difference in the land, what was good about it, especially in Region 1, it wasn't that we lost access, it was access turned into DNRC, our wildlife management areas. So obviously the work you're doing and what's going on is encouraging people to stay in some kind of wildlife management program. So, with the acres being decreased, in reality, access was increased.
Yep, exactly. A lot of that, and it's the same story in Region 2 because they have we share some landowners, and they'd converted a lot of their lands into the Forest Service. So yeah, that number can be quite deceiving. It doesn't tell the whole picture because a lot of that is staying in public access. Exactly.
Everett?
Macy, you said you put those BMAs into a wildlife management area. Was that correct for spring, like for berry picking enforcement, that kind of thing? Is that right?
So I'll go. So just the 2, the Stimson and Avista, they're in a recreation management area. Sorry, so not to get confused with one of the BMAs we lost, the department bought, and it went into a wildlife management area. So a department-owned land managed for wildlife, different from the recreation management area. And that was our larger tracts of Stimson and Avista.
In the recreational management area, does that cover the enforcement needs that the landowners want to see?
It does. And the challenge there with that is it does add more capacity to our enforcement. So we got to be careful how much we're enrolling there. But the landowners, we have 3 in the whole state, the 2 in Region 1, and then the Nature Conservancy has 1 in Region 2, and they have been really happy with the outcome of the enforceability on their lands.
Okay, great. Love hearing that. Has Weyerhaeuser divested all their holdings up there now?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so, I should say.
Anybody else here? So question on, so you mentioned efforts in the past, Region 2. So that sounds like a lot of work has gone into proactively making sure the landowner changes, those involved are aware of what's been going on and what their opportunity is. Can you speak to that just a little bit?
I'm not quite sure if I'm understanding your question, Mr. Chair. Could you maybe repeat that?
Well, I think you referred to Region 2 helping in the past, and I mean, those are big, complicated changes. I mean, wholesale, and I think there's a lot of risk there for the potential loss. You know, and I think about Montana as a whole. We see these situations happening more on ranches in other regions, but here you have timber land changes, and somehow they're either really aware of what's gone before, or you folks are really communicating that desire to keep that going. So I'm kind of curious about that.
Yeah, and yep, that does. Yeah, so I wasn't around in this position during the initial big change, but kind of from what I'm gathering is, yeah, the department in the region, as well as Region 2, were just very on top of, figuring out what was happening, what was going on with what landowners. Weyerhaeuser and even SPP, as they sold, all of these timber companies work very well together. Even on, I think, a daily basis, they are in very good communication with each other. So when they are selling large tracts of lands, I think they're kind of like, hey, we have this enrolled in block. This is, it's been very, good for us for these reasons. So Weyerhaeuser, when they sold SPP, I think helped make that story, along with our staff, just knowing, the changes that were coming. So we were kind of getting on multiple ends, that information getting past these new landowners, and they're reaching out to us and we're reaching out to them. And yeah, and I know some of the other ones that a couple of the other BMAs that we have kind of parceled up and lost, that landowner reached out to me like, hey, we're going to sell this year, but we're giving the people buying all the information that, about block and how to reach out to you. So, yeah, so we just hope that they do reach out to us, or we can somehow reach out to them.
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, 700 plus minus 1,000 acres being put on the table fairly frequently in the last 10 years. And when you look at that whole area access, I mean, yeah, there's only a few cooperators and a whole lot of land. It's the point taken. And I appreciate that, however it's working, that communication happens, because I think that's what we lose around the state in a big way. Mostly for whatever new landowner comes in that buys a traditional working ranch. And that doesn't happen for fear of loss of sale or whatever reasons get in the way. And I think it's much more complicated throughout the state. So it's interesting that the timber companies are paying heed to that, because it's certainly not the biggest part of their operations.
Exactly.
Yeah. Any other comment or question? All right. Well, thank you, Macy, for your work up there, and yeah, keep growing animals too, so they're up in Region 1. We're gonna talk about that. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Macy.
I gotta give a huge shout out to all of our staff, but especially to Macy there with that effort. I mean, I had the privilege last fall of attending a collaborative working meeting. So all of these corporate timber companies come together, Macy buys them lunch, they talk about what works well, what doesn't work well, and really looks at the hunter management side of it. That's the service that the agency can provide. So enforcement, being there to enforce the rules, but then Macy coordinating all that effort too. She's got a huge task, and it's 10% of our program in one region with, 700,000 acres with really her. And then we have 2 seasonal part-time people we hire, but beyond that, she's the only access staff that we would have in the region. So huge shout out to Macy for that. Presentation was really informative. I learned a lot. So building off of that, we do have a couple other access managers in the room. So Region 5, Trenton. If you guys don't know Trenton, and then Region 7, Travis from Miles City. If you don't know Travis. And then we also have Region 6, Katie online. We've had Evan online. Cheyenne, Region 3 is online as well. But it's just a great group of folks and a great team. And I just roll into then our staff report for this group. If that's okay with you, Ed. We'll just so really right now, and these guys are the experts and have to deal with it day in and day out, but it's a culmination of all of the administrative tasks coming all at once. And so block management contracts, getting those out the door, public access land agreements, getting those reviewed out the door, unlocking public lands if you have those, getting those out the door, elk hunting access agreements. Again, everything is all compiling right now. And so that's been a lot of their work, and a lot of my work has been administrative tasks, trying to get everything compiled out the door, get those contracts signed, start getting them back. In Region 7's case, they got a stack sitting on my desk already. But really, it's the block management season where we're doing a lot of the contracting, meeting with landowners, adjusting their maps, adjusting their rules, remapping, reconfiguring aggregates, whatever that case may be. So the block management side of it is full steam. We're rolling right into the 2024 season. The access guide requests will be online again June 1st, and we'll have that stuff out in August. We're already, end of May. So it's a quick turnaround. They do a ton of work, so I got to give them a lot of credit. Public access land agreements. Most of you guys were involved in some kind of a review process. There are some we'll talk about collectively today. We did get our same standard unlocking public lands. There's 4 landowners. 3 landowners and 4 parcels, so not a lot of interest there for the tax credit, but we did have that, and those contracts have already been signed and back. Then elk hunting access agreements, everybody wants to know where that's at. We have 46 applications in statewide by the deadline of May 1st. We're working through all those right now for eligibility. Our legal unit's helping us to draft contracts. So the 2023 report, the 2024 applications, the agreements, and the maps all will be posted on June 6th. For the June 20th commission meeting. So that's kind of like I said, everything is just, it's constant day in, day out, a lot of administrative work that these guys are all doing, and then I get to help provide answers to questions, or if we've had a lot of consistency meetings as well about how you handle this situation or how you handle that situation. So again, shout out to all them. And then for those that haven't heard yet, our Region 2 Access Manager, Kendra McCloskey, is now the Regional Supervisor for Region 2. You guys met Kendra last year when she presented in Helena about what she does for Landowner Relations. She is now the Regional Sup, and so we'll be having that position vacant for a little bit here. And her Resource Specialist, kind of that second person, Kara Clark, is kind of filling in as acting Region 2 right now. So yeah, it's kind of
I can also give an update on the reservation system, but I also wanted to point out that behind Ed, we have Zach. He's our resource specialist here in Region 5. So.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Lee, did you have a question for Jason?
I just wanted to know, is the 46, how does that compare to the elk hunting access agreements for that?
So we had 50 applications last year. This year we have 46.
Oh, okay, so
it's basically the same. So it's actually really good compared to our timeline. So last year we opened up the applications March 15th and ran them until May 15th. This year we opened applications on April 5th and ran them until May 1st. So it's a condensed time frame, and really the volume of applications comes in after that deer elk permit drawing. Everybody wants to know, did I draw my permit? Oh shucks, I didn't, or my kid didn't, or my nephew, or whatever. What other options do I have? And so they look at the elk hunting access program as that other option. But there are a few that, have, I'd say a good majority of them are probably year after year. There's not too many new ones, but there are a few new ones for this year.
Is 46 bull elk or 46 cooperators?
It'd be 46 applicants. There's probably closer to 60 requested permits at this point. Because one landowner can request one or multiples. We're working through all those totals right now and what we have and who's eligible based off their application and who's not, and who we have to visit with and who we got to confirm with. If you said this on your application, is that really what you want? Because that makes you ineligible. So our staff are going back to those landowners and say, do you understand what you did here? Oh no, I didn't mean to do that, and then figure that out. So
it's way better than it was 10 years ago than we had 2 or 4.
Yeah, it's changed quite a bit. The program's changed quite a bit in 10 years, but yeah, we have quite a bit of interest again this year.
Thank you.
Can I follow up on that? How come we don't make cooperators to the EHA program apply before the permit deadline to make them either choose, are you gonna put in for a permit or are you gonna choose the EHA program? Is there a reason we haven't discussed that ever? Or recently?
So with that question, is that question and some others on EHA something we're gonna wanna bring tomorrow or now?
Probably tomorrow during your recommendation discussion, as well as I think the morning you have time blocked off right away to talk about all access programs or recommendations you'd like to discuss. I think it'd be a good time to, just to try and keep up with our timeline. We've got some other staff that'll help support our conversations today too, so we'll honor their time.
So I think as we look at Block, PALA, and EHAs here, this is a quick brief, and then we go into some detail about it. But please make note of those questions or concerns, so we can delve into them in more detail tomorrow. Under that whole,
yeah, right in the morning, you've got a
8:35 we started.
Yep.
And it's kind of all jumbled together, but it's all tomorrow is opportunity to discuss all these programs.
Yep.
For us. So don't lose that.
I wrote down that.
Okay,
Chairman.
in that same regard, any particular issues that we have on review tomorrow?
As
With
far
the
as,
EHA.
as far as your which review?
So
are you talking
some of the like accountability and stuff.
Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
I just have one quick question, and it probably is for tomorrow too, but are there a couple regions or several or however many regions where there's more requests than the actual number of EHAs available? If that makes sense, because I know, isn't there a limit?
Yeah, so we've imposed the department set cap of no more than 10% above the quota. And the last 2 years, we've had issues where folks in hunting district 690 have asked for a 690-20, which is a rifle only permit. And because of our 10% quota, we've said no more than 5, because the quota is 50, so no more than 5 would be eligible for EHA. And we'd get 10 applications, and so then we'd have to go to a post-commission draw and say, okay, randomize this list. And I don't know if we have that situation again this year for more requests than we had permits. I would guess 690-20 is probably right there, because we have, I don't know, 4 or 5 again that are asking for that same permit. So that's probably where it'd be, but I don't know. I haven't got through all the applications yet to see what everybody's requesting.
Has there been any discussion, again, probably for tomorrow, but making it where instead of just randomizing that list, it's whichever of those give, because I could see this continuing to grow to where kind of the best deal would boil to the top versus randomizing.
Yeah, the only thing right now, and I think that's a possibly direction you guys may want to talk about tomorrow. The only thing right now is in statute that that the commission prioritize those applications based off of a willingness of the landowner to allow access for antlerless hunting.
For management purposes.
But that doesn't mean, what I would say is that doesn't mean if you allow 3 and Rich allows 300, that Rich would be selected before you would. Everybody that, because you're willing to allow more, it doesn't matter at this point how much more, it's just that you're willing to do it. So, and then, again, it's a willingness to, it's not, this is you making the commitment in May or June, whether or not you follow that commitment in October or November is how we have to wait a year to find out. So just as you think about that in your recommendations tomorrow, would be a good discussion.
Did anything, I think in the last meeting, you talked about a landowner who didn't follow up with their end of the bargain. Did anything come of that, or?
We don't have anything criminally in our DHA laws that would allow our enforcement guys to do anything about that piece of it. That'd be a good question if you're talking legal stuff to one of our, I think our enforcement chief, Ron Howell, will join us at 3. So if you guys have other trespass questions or other violation things, or even that one would be good, because I talked to Ron about that one specifically, so it'd be a good opportunity to ask him about that.
Got it. Good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay.
Also in your packet, I did provide, and this is also again for context to tomorrow, is kind of a double-sided chart here. Everybody always kind of, we all do, our staff included, gets confused on what options do you have? What kind of term lengths are they? What's the payments? And then lastly, at the bottom is the total number of agreements. So it has both private land and the backside is our public access programs. It looks like this, a chart. You got it. Hopefully everybody has it on the left side of your packets. Would be this chart. And if you don't have it, I've got plenty of extra copies, so I'll throw it to you. But that's basically what I said before, which is our numbers of programs, number of projects, number of agreements by program. And then as you think about all of our programs, there is both, again, the public access to public land side of it, and there's also a public access to private land side of it as well. So this is all stuff I sent out to you guys in your email packets a while ago, just to make sure that you had a printed version of it. And then the other one was is a couple slides that look like this. Again, on that same left-hand side, it's specific to block management because that is primarily the program that we utilize the most. And so rather than go through a PowerPoint with everybody and kind of give you a death by PowerPoint, I did provide some slides here. One of the common questions on that first page is how is your programs funded? Right there, right there for a reference is how our programs, different types of funding sources. But then also it goes in specifically on page 2, kind of breaks down how we did in 2023 for cooperators, cooperators by region, total acres by region, payments, how many payments were from the weed payment, total 100 days, all that kind of stuff. So this is more of just a block management specific packet. If you guys had questions related to block, I'm happy to address those now or again tomorrow too or whatever. But again, this was sent out with your meeting materials. This was a presentation I give annually to the Upland Game Bird Council. And so I just took the title slide off and pulled it for you guys. So.
Wait,
Which way did that
on the left-hand side of your packet is kind of today's meeting materials, and then the right-hand side is more or less.
So, and to clarify that, I think what we want to do tomorrow when we begin at 8:35, I'd like to go through that.
Sure.
These right here to get us collectively on the page with these programs, how they compare again, and then the funding on through Jason.
Okay.
And I'm assuming we'll go through this budget funding balance.
Yep.
Shortly with Lena.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So we're not going to just gloss over this. This is our meat and potatoes here. So tomorrow we will, and you could take some time tonight to look through this and get it in your brain a little more too after dinner. But we definitely need to have this in mind. Okay.
Chair, did you want a reservations update?
Yes.
I know that Lena Havron is on and she's scheduled to go at 2, so I want to be mindful of her time, but we have a few minutes. I did sit on the review panel for a reservation system. We had 4 different vendors submit and we went through, scored them all, and one did rise to the top. We're just in our final negotiations right now with that. As far as timeline, Director Temple did point to having a pilot or some sort of implementation for this fall, and the vendor's very well aware that that's going to be a priority and they'll be off and running with that as soon as they can, with that goal of having a pilot for this coming season.
Just a question to that. So with that reservation system, primarily looking at block and state parks.
Yep.
Does that appear to be easily duplicable once it's applied and quirks are worked out?
It does. I think that's going to be a good fit.
And is it primarily right now looking at just type 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Any questions? I know that's not a very detailed report out on it, but we're making progress, and I keep your eyes open for sure for the next meeting. We'll have information, solid information on that.
Do you know, is there any option to look at in the future, doing the surveys, how you fill out the card, doing that through?
I think so. I think that will be,
That would be pretty.
yeah, there's a lot of options right now with it. I think that just getting this pilot off the ground, and then right after that pilot, they're going to be very busy with the campsite piece because our contract ends for state parks at the end of December. So then they'll be kind of moving into that and then right back to blocks so that we could do a full implementation in 25.
Just to Stephanie's point, so Everett did last year with the reservation subcommittee hand in some notes to that?
Yes.
Okay, because some of those points are on there.
Yes.
Data collection.
Yeah, and we worked very closely with our regional access managers and had provided a list that did make it to all of the vendors. And when we scored, we actually went down through every single point to make sure that it was part of the package that they could provide. Yeah.
Dale, did you have a question?
I do. Stephanie, when it comes to reservations, I heard the director earlier talk about, he felt there were going to be a significant, paraphrasing a little bit, a significant number of the landowners that were not interested in that.
Right.
I understand that, I get that. I mean, I know people that say, no, I want the people to come to my door and talk to them. But at the same time, I hope this council provide input to Fish, Wildlife and Parks. Because I think there's some instances where the reservation system, if they're in a type 2 system, should not be voluntary, it should be mandatory. And I don't want to get into a big point now, but just for example, if there's a history where you call them up at 7:35 on day one and we say, we're full for the year, there's a problem there. And when you get those kind of repeated complaints, I think their ability to stay in and say, we'll sign people up is forfeited and they have to go to reservation or to the online reservation. But I'd like this council to think about it more as this is rolled out, and then maybe provide, provide some input to the department that they can use for sideboards and say, okay, regional access coordinators, here's going to be our process and here's the system we're going to operate under.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's great input. I know our regional staff work really closely with landowners when they have situations like that arise. I know that we've been doing some audits with landowners that concerns come up every once in a while, and they are willing to have those conversations with landowners as time goes. And this may be an opportunity just to help support them in creating more access.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I think for this year, just because it will be a pilot, and I don't know how extensive of a pilot it will be, my assumption is it's going to be a fairly small pilot because hunting season is very close and we haven't started the work yet. It'll give us that opportunity to do a true pilot. So hopefully what will happen is maybe in January or early next year, we'll be able to come back and ask for your input too. So I hope that there's opportunity for everybody to get on and check it out and look at it. And like any new program, there's going to be modifications along the way. So
thank you.
So we got Lena coming up right now for budget information. Can everybody hang in there for a bit? Okay. And just a final deal with that. I think tomorrow we can discuss that a little more thoroughly in our session on reservation or block enhancement and such. Okay. All right, on to information.
All right. So as part of your statutory obligation, and because of our amazing budget and financial staff, we're able to provide the group, a couple different files here that Lena will talk about, and then also just some high level information if you guys had questions. Like I said, part of your statutory obligation is to report on program expenditures, on budget shortfalls for potential falls if we aren't able to people, that kind of stuff. And so I provided you guys all a packet that was produced exclusively by our amazing budget staff. And so the first page is kind of just an overview of where our Hunter Access Fund and also expenditures are at related to some federal funding. The next page is about block management. The next page, I know, Mr. Chair, you asked about a fund balance for our Hunter Access Fund, so to speak, and maybe Lena can go over a little bit what that is, and then the revenues therein. And then the last one is a public access land agreements and where we're at with that budgetarily. So with that, I will turn it over to you and to Ms. Hager.
Good afternoon, Chair Beal, committee. Lena Havron. I am the Chief Financial Officer for Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks. Super excited to be here. Sorry I wasn't there in person. I don't know if you want me to walk through the information or if you have specific questions. I will do whatever you would like.
I think we should go through the information you provided and start there.
Fabulous. So the top section of your first page is the Hunting Access Fund expenditures fiscal years 19 through 2023. And all we do here in the office is run all the expenditures for the prior years and put that in an easy table. We have a lot of data behind it, but we roll it up into an easy table so you can easily see what the cost for contract payments were every single year, as well as the cost for the field staff to provide those contracts. The bottom section of that is just how we split the funding. So the percentage of federal, this is through fiscal year 2023. So what you won't see on this document until the fiscal year closes is that in fiscal year 24, we spent, I believe, 5.34 million in federal instead of the 2.8 in federal last year. So if everybody remembers, we went in with a couple different, one piece of legislation and a budget request to correspond to that legislation. That was to increase the cap and then fund more contracts with federal dollars. So that is the overview of those funds and how they were spent 19 through 23. The bottom part is the Hunting Access, what we call the fund balance here in the Budget Bureau. We look at prior years, we look at current years, and we look at future years so that we can monitor what requests we're putting in do not make this fund go to the negative. And so as you can see, the fund balance is going to be on the top. And that fund balance is really just your starting point, and then any accounting errors, or if revenues come in late, or if they are allocated to the incorrect year, we do what we call accounting adjustments to make that fund balance correct. The middle section is going to be your revenue. So you can see what revenue comes in on an annual basis to Fund 02334, which is the Block Management Hunting Access Fund. Below that is just a roll up of all expenditures for the program by each of those fiscal years.
Lena?
Yes.
Hang tight. Hang
Yep.
tight 1 second.
Mr. Chairman, just a really quick question is, I did not follow this, but the donations from fiscal year 19 to fiscal year 2023, and then the interest, just what are causing those giant jumps?
So the donations, that was a change in allowing license holders to donate instead of taking a refund. And so that was a change in statute to allow that. So that's your difference in donations. Interest is the fun one. It's the more you and I pay for interest, the better the rate is for us to get our cash. So what we do is we invest all of our cash, and we do that through the Board of Investments. So each fund that we have at FWP gets invested. I shouldn't say each fund, but this fund gets invested. And as those come in, we record those as interest earned. We call it STIP. There's another document that you'll see that you requested for the revenue. So where you see interest on this page, it's actually what we call STIP.
Yes. That answers it.
Yeah, I'm just,
So backing up to Lena, so in regards to federal funding in the first box, so going through the years, is that all PR money?
It is all PR, correct.
And so how are you looking at PR money going into 24, 25, et cetera?
So PR apportionments are down some. We were at almost 30 million. They've dropped to about 26, 25. So we are looking internally at how we can reallocate resources to maybe not utilize as much PR in certain programs. So for example, I think we were going to spend about, I want to say about 9 million in this program. And because PR apportionments were down, we were allowed to do a switch in authority and use more state funds. And so instead of using that 9, we used about 5.35-ish in that area.
So do you project, how does FWP project first the total PR going forward? Do you have sources to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so what we do is we have we call it a federal allocation tracking sheet, and we take all of our apportionments that we get, and as we get grants or base authority, we put that in that tracking sheet so we can see where the pinch points are going to be and when adjustments are going to need to be made. So you'll see us probably moving towards this next session, not asking for additional federal authority. We will be asking for probably mostly additional state authority because of the lower apportionment.
Thank you. And I see Everett has a question.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Lena, can you tell me why the apportionments are down?
No, they're federal. We have tried looking at it in a million different ways. One thing that we did confirm is that the ammunition companies do not have to pay the excise tax if they're producing that and selling that to the government. So we tried to associate it with like Israel and Ukraine, and are they manufacturing more for those folks? So then the excise tax is reduced. But there's really historically no rhyme or reason that we can track back to the fluctuations. Some folks think it's a change in leadership on the presidential level. So as new presidents come in, you'll see the apportionment might change. Some folks think like every time and this is terrible, every time there might be like a school shooting, apportionments change. But we really cannot look at anything historically and tie it to what that looks like. We're not sure why we're getting less excise tax on those sources.
And you said it was how much of a difference historically?
It's all over the board. The most recent one, we were at, I want to say about 29 million, and we're down to about 25 million. So about,
And would an official request from the director be necessary to get somebody in Washington to say what's going on, or has that actually been done?
I don't know that they would be able to tell you. So what it is as they sell like weapons, ammunition, different functions of hunting, your bows are in there, archery equipment. There's a tax on that gets put into the apportionment. And then it just is divided based on an allocation of, like land mass, number of hunters, number of licenses. So there's like this formula. It's just the overall revenue into that has decreased and increased in years. So just like the year before that, I think it jumped up by about 7 million. So I don't know that they'd be able to put a pin in how it's getting there and what's happening. Nobody's been able to figure it out yet. So
Thank you.
yeah.
So just a point on that, Everett. So it's an 11% FET on firearms and ammunition. That's the majority of it. There's other parts of that fund on the PR side. And if you look at that, how the state's used it, that probably varies a little bit how they determine they need to use it. But if you go back to 2019 before COVID, that was probably just a substandard average. Now, I don't know what percent you were taking out of the total for access programs. I have no idea. But I would say, I think you can get some of that information. It's volatile in the first place. And it's volatile for the reasons you mentioned, kind of like oil or maybe other crops. I mean, it is volatile. But I do think you can get that information to some degree through some of that industry. As you mentioned, if a lot of ammunition is being contracted to the government, then supplies will be shorter to the sporting side, and you will see less supply in this market and therefore less PR money. But I do think there's some sources for it, Lena.
So you can get the data. What you can't do is figure out what to tie that change to. If that makes sense. It's just really, we can get other data. I just don't know if there's going to be an explanation that's going to be helpful to know how to, I don't know, forecast what may happen in future apportionments. But there, I mean, there's other data out there.
Is this just on what's sold in Montana?
No,
So it's national, so it's every state in the union gets a portion of it. Doesn't matter whether it's sold, it's all portioned by state.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was just curious because it's such a significant part where it can be depending on how the state budgets it for access. So we'll see.
Yeah, one thing to remember about, I guess, some of what we do here at FWP is there are other funding sources within the agency that are eligible for the use. So the agency is committed to making sure the access programs stay whole. So we're not as worried about the PR side. If PR is not available, we will use a state special revenue source. We're not as concerned about getting a federal source, just making sure we have the right appropriations to pay for the right stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So that is the first page. The second page is I rolled up the block management for you for the payments for fiscal year 2024 so that you could see by region the number of participants, 100 days, acres. I did not get this done in time for Jason to verify the number of 100 days and acres, but they did come from his spreadsheets. So I hope they're correct. And then the total value of what those contract payments were. As well, I put the total number of cooperators that still exceed the cap, since that seems to be a question I get. The number of participants and the number of days do include all participants in the program, whether they get a reimbursement for their impacts or not. And then these are the actual numbers for fiscal year 24. And so it's just a roll up of the contract payments for this most current year.
Questions yet?
Sure what what document she's referring to now.
Which second page?
I need to go.
All right. He told us we wanted that, I didn't even get that.
Are there any questions about that little recap?
We're working through that. This second.
Okay. Sorry, I was gonna hold on my paper, but I don't think it's helpful. You guys all look very little.
So the reason one of these is in here, this second page specifically is one of the first questions that came to me at the Upland Game Bird Council, which was, how much did you pay in contracts last year? Which isn't necessarily on the front page because we don't have the fiscal year complete yet for our 2024 fiscal year. But Lena was able to pull out what did we spend on contracts for the fall of 23. This average. So that's what you see on that second page is what did we spend on contracts fiscal year 24, fall of 2023.
Jason,
Yes.
how many access programs are paid out of this fund here? What programs are there?
Just block management.
This one here that you are showing just block management?
There's a few things that are paid out of the Hunter Access Fund. So we block management contracts and operations for sure. Would also include your guys' work, as PLPW is paid out of the Hunter Access Fund.
So Jason, I actually switched that to general license.
Okay, and then what about, I know there's a regional access project line as well that we have some money set up aside for special access projects or regional access projects. So is that correct?
Yeah,
Those
but
would be-
they have to have a block management component to a hunting access component to them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of our nuances. Yeah, so it's,
Would that include the palace? then?
pallets are totally separate, except for the operations side of pallets would be coming through. Correct, we don't have general license ops for pallet yet, we just utilize like our research specialists and access managers' time and operations are from the Hunter Access Fund when they do pallet work. Still the case.
All right.
Because there's no other funding source for these guys, right? You just have one project number.
So this second page report, fiscal year 24 ended in June. Fiscal year 20.
I didn't quite
June.
hear that. Is fiscal year 24 ending in June, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
The year we're currently in.
So the total block management cost for this past season was the 11.6, 11.7.
Yes.
Contract.
Contract basis, yeah. So where do you see that sitting for the overall health of the access program in regards to block management funding?
It is what we anticipated with our request. There's from the budget side, there are no concerns about the contract payments for block management.
Okay. So are there any other concerns about the access programs in regards to the other aspects besides the contract payments?
The program is tapped out currently in this biennium on the operations side. So there's two things. Programmatically, I won't speak to those points. But budgetarily, there's no room for expanding the operations side of the program. The expansion, there is the ability to expand the contract side. So the program has to determine what operational needs there would be in order to expand the contract side. Does that make sense?
Unfortunately.
Okay.
So, as you're probably aware, most often what we deal with when we're talking to landowners is boots on the ground. So on the operational side, their need for presence, you know, and sort of jokingly, one time we talked about putting retired game warden trucks at certain positions throughout the state, like some sheriffs might do in certain cities or jurisdictions. I mean, it's humorous, but nonetheless, I mean, I think it's such a huge aspect of the satisfaction of the cooperators that the operational side has that complete funding, whether it's something as simple as I don't mean to, it's not really simple, but as important as cooperator recognition, the dinners, et cetera, and all the other things that go into that with all the operational side. I think that's a huge, huge importance to cooperators from what we've heard over the years. So if that is of concern operationally, then I think we need to look at that. I know you are.
Yep.
Not saying you're not.
Well, I would say, I'll just add into that, and maybe I'm speaking, this is Stephanie, you can't see me on the camera, Lena. Our regional access managers are looking very closely every time that they're bringing in a new contract or lose a contract, how that affects their operations. So every year when they're looking at contracts and renegotiating, they're looking at the types of services and what their scope of work is going to be. They have to do that almost every year. There's some contracts that are kind of rolling, but they have to look at that every year. It's just not a free for all. That would be irresponsible of us on our end. So it is something that we look at annually and want to make sure that we're in line with our operations budgets, and they do coordinate with our contract budget. So that's what we're doing, and being very careful and cautious of what it is that we're taking on with our scope of services.
And I don't mean to imply that you're not, that doesn't occur to me.
Yeah.
To me, the issue is not only maintaining what we have as far as that operational side to support the programs that we have, just block. But that we can meet those increased costs. Just, I mean, driving here, I left town, it was $3.59 for diesel. All along the way, it's $3.91 to $3.96, you know, whatever. I mean, I realize everybody sitting over there drives a truck around to take care of their cooperators. And I don't know how you build in that inflation into your operational cost budget, but just meeting that as a challenge, I'm sure. And I think we need to make sure that we know as this council where that stands. So if something needs to happen, how do we do it? What are the options?
So we do that here. As you talk about some of those inflationary costs, we cover those with our decision packages that we put forward in front of the legislative body. So we look at like fleet rates, we look at mileage rates, we look at all of that. And so we automatically request those inflationary increases. What you're really talking about here are going to be the investments in contracts that we didn't used to have for the man hours that you're talking. And so there's a couple things that I caution. One is that we put technicians in a spot of expecting them to enforce things that maybe they shouldn't. So do we need to have more conversations with our law enforcement side and make sure the wardens have maybe a better presence here and there? Or do we have problem areas? Or are we looking at all of those avenues? And we've had these discussions internally on, you know, making sure we don't put our technicians in a bad position by having the boots on the ground, depending on what that expectation is. So I think where you're really tapped out is going to be basically on your hours for what you called the boots on the ground. The other operations side is fine. That part is not an issue. It's really down to how you utilize your FTE and your hours.
Mr. Chairman, just kind of following on that, I didn't know if today was, I mean, we're looking over numbers and stuff, but it's certainly something that I see is that we're expanding. I mean, I look at Region 6, and I don't know what the history is on it, but the expansion of all these people coming over there and no enforcement. at all. And so we're looking at all these fantastic access programs, all these great things that we're really doing and giving, but then there's no management, there's no enforcement, there's no checking up on how the landowners are doing with their, their, I guess, dollars put towards the programs that they're in. It's really frustrating from my standpoint as a landowner that's what I see. So I don't know, it's probably not the discussion to have necessarily with you, Lena. It's just, I look at I see enforcement dollars going down and everything else going up. And so it's frustrating for me, certainly. Dale?
So may I say one thing on that? Enforcement dollars are going down because I've asked them to use less in the cash behind this fund so that it can be saved for parks and outdoor recreation in the block management program. So the time and the expenses that enforcement spends on the block management program has not gone down. It's just the funding source that I'm asking them to use is different. So I just want to clarify that, so that there's not a thought that enforcement is not doing, that enforcement is not doing less. It's just funded differently now. So I just wanted to make sure I clarified that.
Okay.
So listening to the comments from you and from Stephanie and Jason, has the department not been able or have rejected applications in FY24, new applications for block management because we don't have the boots on the ground to get the work done? And is that a concern? I know the deadline has passed, but if we're tapped out in terms of how much can go into operational costs, that includes signing, that includes putting in boxes and the expenses that go with it. What is the impact of, especially to the potential for new enrollees?
I'd say it's twofold. One is, and these guys are more in the know than I am, but we had a statewide conversation about that exact thing, and what we really came to find out is we actually have lost cooperators and properties and replace them with other applicants. So there's not been actually a net gain in terms of a need to have more expense for more properties. We're just swapping. We do have some interest for some new properties, but they're close to other BMAs or they're close to existing technicians on the ground. So they're not a whole lot of an added expense for FY24 or 25, I guess it would be. So it's starting the 24 season, but so we're doing fine in terms of landowner applicants who have interest and us being able to meet their need because of that swamp and because of existing resources. I think, if we got a big influx and maybe that's maybe again, the access managers maybe can speak to, they've had to turn down other folks, but I think that's part of our regional enrollment process is that, as Stephanie said, if you take enforcement needs, if you take our biologist feedback, you take the access feedback and make that collaborative decision, then I think we're doing fine in terms of that piece of it for the 24 hunting season, fiscal year 25. Travis or trying to
yeah, something different. I haven't had to turn anybody down because we couldn't take care of them in 12 years. So
yeah, and like Jason said, coincidentally or not, it's worked out pretty well. The couple applicants that we have gotten for Region 5, that they fit perfectly in existing hunting access technician districts adjacent to other BMAs. And then like Jason and Stephanie said too, for when we get these applications in, we look at what the management's going to take. So for Region 5 here, at least it's type 2. So the landowner's already going to be handling it. So that's not an additional operations for us to handle. So. Yeah.
See, Donna has her hand up.
Yes, I was wondering, Jason, you said we're fine right now if there's not a big influx. what would happen if there was a big influx? Let's say the department changed some season dates to where there was a longer deer season separate from the elk season. Would the landowners be able to supply that service, and would we be able to pay them?
We'd be asking Lena some tough questions. But go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, I don't know at this point, Donna, what that would look like. I mean, but yeah, I just don't know what it would look like with staff capacity and landowner tolerance and all those things that go into those kinds of decisions. I know it's not a great answer, but Lena's got all kinds of cash and authority for us, so she'll just throw at us.
Well, thank you.
So Paul has a question.
Mr. Chair, on the revenue side, there's non-resident BG, and that must be non-resident big game. NR, DC, and
Yep.
HA fees, and UGB, and ST. What do those all stand for?
Non-resident big game. Non-resident deer combo. What's HA?
So we're back on the first page, Lena.
On revenue explanation on the acronyms there for revenue, NRBG, et cetera.
Oh, yeah, it's,
Upland Gatebird.
yeah. They're just,
Oh,
I probably should have taken them off. They're just some of the, it's just to use an example, it's basically all the revenue we get off of licenses is really what it should say. Those are just some examples of where those come from. So yes, non-resident, big game combos, non-resident deer combos.
they're actually in Jason's diagram.
Yeah, I see. He's got the
Yeah.
list.
So,
Never mind. That's
and it's
good.
just a
Thank you.
few of them. Yep, it should just really say license revenue.
So I guess back to the basis of this, Lena. So what we're hearing is that on the program side for cooperative payments for solid, what we don't know anything about is where how the pots of money can be utilized to do the administrative side. I guess it's a matter of just knowing, is there a need there? Are we good? And from what we've seen is, even before all this, there's been a need expressed from the landowner side, the cooperator side. It's forever been a concern to be able to meet those needs in those areas where we see it. I mean, so on our end of it, do we have a need we need to look at there?
I think it's too early for you all to take a look at this. I know the team, the access coordinating team, has been working very hard and diligently on kind of some of those questions. So, is there a better way to do business? Is one of the questions that we've asked them. If we can get them a better system, we are planning on requesting money for a new system for the access coordinators to actually enter all of their information. So a new contract management system. That system is cumbersome, time consuming, and quite honestly, if we had a more streamlined system, would probably free up at least a quarter of their time, I would imagine. Are there ways to, with the, this reservation system? Like you said, maybe it shouldn't be, maybe it should be mandatory, and maybe it will at some point. So I think there's those questions that we have to look at. One, how we're currently doing business, and are there ways that we should be doing it differently? Once that is looked at, where are your pinch points? And where do you really need the funding? And where do you need the help and ops? We are working on that as a team. And like I said, these guys are amazing at what they do. They have come up with some great ideas that we are going to hopefully implement and bring forward in the upcoming session. And then from there, we will fix it as you know, kind of as we identify it. But right now, you can throw more FTE at something, but it doesn't necessarily fix the problem. So it may not even get more boots on the ground, as you said earlier, by giving extra FTE if they're doing more administrative work. So how are we doing all the work? How should we be doing it? And then where are our gaps? So we're not even to the point where we could help identify where those gaps are for you guys to start thinking about, talking about, and considering, if that makes sense.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Other questions, comment? So did we let you get through all that, all the presentation?
So not even close. So the third, somebody asked me to give them numbers, and I love numbers, so you get them all. So the third page is the revenue by category. And what we just tried to do is roll it up. There's a lot of license types that come into these categories. But what we tried to roll it up so that you could see where the majority of the revenue comes from for this fund. It's in your non-resident license revenue. It accounts for, you know, out of $10 million, it accounts for over 9 million of it. So then the resident license donations, you know, you asked about donations and how those keep going up. Incidental income is really just an accounting error where they didn't know where to put it. On a revenue side, it could have been, you know, one little piece of license that bounced out of the licensing system. And so we call it incidental income. STIP is the interest that I talked about, all over the board. That's just what they do. There's also an interest or investment appreciation depreciation. And this is an accounting entry on the side of the Board of Investments. And so as your investments appreciate or depreciate, they take their little cut of that. And so it might be a positive revenue and it might be a negative revenue. And so that's what makes up the revenue that comes into this fund in the major categories.
Questions or comments on revenue side?
So what you're saying is that non-residents pay for 90% of it.
Always been that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
For quite a while.
Yeah, and that's pretty much across the board with all of FWP funding, from the hunting licenses, is about that 90-some%. Little more.
Yeah.
I think it's on average, I think it's at 92% of the license revenue is non-resident.
What about the budget? How much do non-residents pay for the Fish and Game budget? You know, offhand?
We don't do it that way. So, so everybody asked me that same question. There is no way to determine on the budget side how much is funded by non-resident and resident. What this does is the revenue goes into cash, and we have to go to the legislative body to ask for the authority to spend our cash. So I'll tell it like I can explain it to husbands. You bring home the paycheck and she lets you know how much you can spend. So we just put that revenue in the cash. And so you can, if you wanted to, you could assume that that same percentage is what we allocate for the budget, but it's not really divvied out that way. We say we need this much money in authority of our own cash to spend, and then they approve that.
That help, Paul? Not really.
Well, I mean, you hear all the numbers come out that, you know, 75% of the budget's funded by non-resident. I mean, I hear that all the time. I'm just wondering if that.
Well, that's access fund.
Huh?
It's access fund. If
Yeah.
you look at it historically, that's.
I'm talking about the overall budget.
Yep. So if you took the whole budget of FWP and you took the same percent, so if you took the same percent of what we bring in revenue from non-residents and you applied that percent to our overall budget, it would be about that 70-some%. And that's considering that we have a lot of parks funding that don't have non-resident licenses, and we have other funding sources that really aren't a license revenue. So if you took that all and you applied that same kind of philosophy on percentage, so if you took the block management budget, I could easily say that 90% of it is funded by non-residents, right? Because you just saw that 90% of the revenue was brought in. So that's where those numbers come from.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. See your hand up?
Yeah, Lena, I was just curious. Can you tell us what's in the department fund currently? Do you know that number?
For 02334?
Yeah.
Well, it had an ending fund balance at 23. That's on the first page. Your ending fund balance at the end of 2023 was $11,294,296.
Okay, but that's just for the access, right? The hunting access.
Yes.
Yeah, I was talking about the whole department.
Oh, good Lord.
Do you know that number? How much is left in the piggy bank is what I'm asking.
It's not our piggy bank, Everett.
I honestly, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you. Yeah. So every
No CFO ever.
Yeah. Every funding source we have has a statutory restriction. So remember that as well. So there's a lot of our funds that would not be eligible for the use of hunting access. So we really don't look at it. We can't just transfer that cash into another source for another source. So we don't really look at it as we have $100 million in the bank.
Okay. Any other questions to that?
Okay, so then the last sheet is going to be, there's a lot of questions about PALA and how you obligate the funds and how you spend them. And so if I have this much, if I've already allocated $1 million in 10-year contracts, how can I keep allocating budgets for new ones? So what I tried to do is keep it in a similar format to block management, so that you could see the number of participants that we currently have in PALA. And so I rolled them forward, what we have obligated to pay out of the 24 budget, what we've obligated to pay out of the 25 budget. So approved contracts that you guys have moved forward for the director's office to approve are all in that 24 obligated number. I went ahead and put in the contracts that you guys are reviewing, I believe tomorrow. I'm not sure when you're reviewing PALA contracts, but I put them in the 25 obligation column. And then I went ahead and did 26 and 27 just so you can see. And so what you have obligated in that 26 and 27 columns, those are basically your multi-year contracts that you have either approved already, or you will look at approving when you do your approval process or moving forward, the ones you want to move forward, so that you can see I have $1 million in my appropriation. I'm going to spend $810,000. If you guys moved everything forward that you're going to look at, you're going to spend about $810,000, $811,000 out of that. So you're going to have a remaining appropriation of $190,000. We are going to ask for probably $2 million in House Bill 5. And so when you start looking at contracts this time next year, you're going to have about 2.1 million to spend. So no matter if you have a 10-year contract or a 1-year contract, what we are trying to do is get everyone to think about what you are obligated to spend out of that contract requirement in each one of those fiscal years. We moved this appropriation to House Bill 5 for this purpose, so that money lives forever. That appropriation lives forever until it's spent. And so we're not in this pinch point of trying to figure out what we can spend in a 2-year period, allocate it, spend it, and that's not available for the next year. So what you don't spend rolls forward.
So to clarify, so currently it's 1 million biannually. So that's 500,000 a year, and we're looking to go 1 and 1 for House Bill 5.
Don't think about it annually. When we request money in House Bill 5, it is given to us in the first year of the biennium, and it remains for the entirety of its life cycle until you spend it all. So if you wanted to do 500,000 worth of contracts and 500,000 worth of contracts, you could. What I've asked Jason to do when he's looking at this is to actually think about the contracts that have been requested, right? They want to do a contract. What would your obligation be for a payment in that year? And then that goes into that bucket. So you can actually do payments in the amount of 500,000 for fiscal year 24 and 25, and then payments in the amount of $1 million in fiscal year 26 and 27. So you could allocate contracts of $10 million. Payments in those years were under that threshold. Clear as mud?
Oh.
I've got a question. On this, where, I know that the outfitter preference points kicks some money into this, right?
Not in the,
Not in power.
Yeah, there's 25% goes to power.
Yep.
25% goes to
Yep.
power.
Yep.
Okay.
And I think, so where does that come in at? How does that get in here?
It's all general license. So far, what we are going to request in the upcoming is going to be that new fund. And I am trying to find, so that new fund has about almost 800,000 cash in it. So we are proposing to use, I believe, about, I think we're going to propose to use about 750,000 to $1 million out of that in the next biennium to fund additional contracts.
And I don't know what she's understanding what the new fund is and all that.
Well, I think the point is that program's growth, if you accelerate it forward with 1 through 10-year contracts, are gonna require that as best as you can determine. That's.
It wouldn't require it. We have enough general license funding to grow the program. If that's what needs to happen, if there's people out there invested in the access coordinators, feel like the contracts are good and want to move them forward. What happens is when there's a change in statute that dedicates a portion of something to go to a funding source, we have to develop a new fund so that it's kind of what we call earmarked. So the 25% of those points go to this new fund. So that's why there's a new fund. Just because there was a statute change that says 25% of that will go to this purpose. So we have to build an earmarked fund. So we will use both general license and the new earmarked fund to increase the authority for you all to have the ability to see more PALA contracts.
And which earmark was that?
The fund number is 02391, and it was just was that part of 637, I think, cleanup bill?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that bill created the opportunity for somebody who's gonna hunt with an outfitter to buy a second preference point as a non-resident. When they did that, that money that's purchased goes and splits 4 ways: 25% to PALA, 25% to block, 25% to private land fishing, and then 25% to another access program to be named.
Actually, it goes to
APL.
future fisheries.
Okay, future fisheries.
Yeah.
Anyway, either way, so it goes, so it splits 4 ways and 25% goes
Yeah.
to this program. So yes, you'll have that revenue plus the dollars you see on her table are just general license money. There's no separate other funding source for PALAs. That's just part of the general license that's set aside. But now we have an earmark to help pay for PALAs as well.
And that's for 26, 27.
Yep.
I have a kind of a stupid question, being a landowner and not being a hunter, what's an access point cost?
The second preference point?
Yeah.
I think it's $100.
On resident.
Well, we get there in a chance, we can.
Well, yeah, I'm still, I guess, confused. I don't know how that money comes in, but so does that money come in to the general fund and then distributed out to this program here? And that's where the 2 million comes in?
No. So,
'Cause we're,
when somebody buys a second preference point, through our licensing system, it splits it 4 ways. And so 25% goes to each one of those funds internally automatically. And the cash, so then that's cash or revenue. So that goes right into those funds.
so that isn't on this sheet then?
It is not.
Because it looked to me like about $370,000 in the last 2 years have come into the PALA program. Something roughly like that.
Well, for 22.
Into the earmarked. Into the earmarked fund,
I never was very good at governmental accounting anyway, so it's hard to understand.
Well, you have got cash versus authority too. You gotta. The authority to spend the money you have versus the money you have set aside.
Well, I guess one of the questions I had was, is that outfitter preference point that's putting money into the PALA, is that worthwhile? Is it going to a good cause? Are we able to use it or not? That's kind of something I was asking myself before the meeting.
so the second preference point, the 25% brings in so it's about 225,000 a year is what that brings in. What we will do is we've let that build into a fund balance, and then we will start funding PALA agreements out of it along with general license. So we will use 2 different funding sources to fund $2 million worth of PALA agreements. So
Okay, okay.
it's a combination of both of those.
Everybody good?
I'm-
As far as it can be?
Yeah, I was just wondering if that was part of the 2 million or what. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So there will be that request coming up, correctly?
Yeah, we haven't been asked for, we're in the middle of EPP right now, trying to build them and do all that. But we're anticipating asking for that $2 million mark. I worked with Jason a little bit in the last couple weeks trying to get all the contracts and making sure we have them all in here lined out, and so we can get kind of that obligation rolling forward. So it's easy for us to see if we get $2 million, what does that leave us for new contracts in both of those years? So that we can make sure that we're asking for enough authority, but not too much that we get criticized for not spending.
All right. That's a lot.
Welcome to my world.
Have amazing budget staff that are able to comprehend and help us out.
So I guess the big question is how concerned we are about when you said tapped out on the operational side. So, I guess that'll be for further information at a certain point in time.
Yeah, so what you have to remember is we're in the middle of a budget cycle. And so there's nothing we can do about the operations budget we currently have. So we're almost done with fiscal year 24. So we are in tapped out land for fiscal year 25. Because we don't have the ability to modify our budget. Just like every other statute, House Bill 2 sets the statute of what we're allowed to spend. And so we can't modify that during fiscal year 25. So when I say tapped out, what that means is they can't expand for this upcoming season on the operations side and have to have a plan for the upcoming legislative process of not being tapped out in future years.
Got it.
Sorry.
Well, that's better. Yeah. Okay. All right.
That
Any
is all
last-
we have. If you guys have questions for me.
No? All right. Well, thank you, Lena.
Thank you.
Appreciate your hard work.
Thank you very much, Lena.
Yep.
And thank you
Have
for
a-
staff as well. I know you guys all work together, pull this together for us, so thank you.
Yep. Have a great day, you guys.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna take 4 minutes.
Okay?
And then Ron, right?
Yep, Chief Powell is on, so we'll join him at 3.
Right up there, left or right on there.
They came there one time.
Chief. Ron Howell, are you with us?
All right.
I'm still,
All right. So we do have our enforcement chief, Ron Howell, here to talk about your next topic.
Good afternoon, Chair Beal and members of PLPW.
Ron.
I'm not sure if there's any new faces. I think I recognize everybody, but Ron Howell, Chief of Enforcement for FWP. Just real quickly, the enforcement division's comprised of about 119 positions. 96 of our enforcement positions are field wardens and sergeants. Those are the boots on the ground guys, we like to call them. And then we have 7 captains as well, and 7 regional investigators that are spread across our 7 FWP administrative regions. I am happy to announce that we've just hired 10 new game wardens, given them conditional offers of employment. They're going through their background checks now, and they will be on the ground by June 17th. So after those 10 are on the ground, we will only have 3 vacancies, which it's been a very long time since we've seen numbers like that. So I think we're in good shape. We do have a general hire underway, and we're hoping to have those 3 vacancies filled also by the end of this year, prior to the session. So we're hoping to go into the session fully staffed. Crossing our fingers.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Has a question for Ron.
Go ahead. Oh, okay, thanks. Hey, Ron, thank you. Hey, just for like Region 6 areas, I mean, can you break down the 10 new game wardens and the 3 positions that are open and where they are?
Yeah, you bet. So what we have left then would be out of the 3 that we have left, Shoto, White Sulphur, and Harlowton would still be vacant. All of Region 6 is completely staffed. They've been staffed for quite some time. Region 7 is fully staffed. We got 3. Missoula's hurting. We've got 3 vacancies there. Those will all be filled with these 10. So I think we're getting caught up pretty good.
Thank you.
I think Jason handed out to you. I put some numbers together just real quick. The kind of numbers that you guys are typically interested in, which is the hunting without landowner permission violations, as well as the criminal trespass violations. I was going to do the last couple of years, and then I started looking at 2020 and where we're at now. And so the first one I want to talk about is the hunting without landowner permission statute, which is the 876415. And I'll just go right to the graph, the blue and orange graph that we put together. Just a couple of things to remember with the hunt without landowner permission statute. So for this statute, a violation of this statute, the land does not need to be posted in any way. This is the citation that we would write for someone not signing into a block management area prior to hunting. And this is the citation we would write for someone violating the rules of the block management area. So even if you have signed in and then you went in and, hunted in an area you weren't supposed to, or whatever rule the landowner created, this is the same statute that we would write for that.
Hey, Ron.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. So what's NTA, WW, et cetera?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Chair Beal. So an NTA is a notice to appear. That's a citation. It's a ticket. And then the WW is a written warning. So it doesn't go to the court. We do keep it on record, and a warden that will have record of that when they encounter that person the next time potentially. So we'd be able to run that person's name and see that, hey, you were warned for this last year, and now you could write a ticket for it. So it's a notice to appear that would go to the court. That is a ticket and then a written warning.
Thank you.
Yeah. So if you look back at 2020, if you look at the graph on that first page in 2020, we wrote roughly 422 total tickets. The blue says 418. Then off to the side, we did have 4 individuals that were cited for their second offense of hunting without landowner permission. If you recall, during that 2020 COVID year, we had a lot of people trying for the first time and, trying hunting for the first time, whether it was birds or game animals, deer, elk, that kind of thing. So we just saw a lot of people on the landscape that we had never seen before, essentially. We did see a trend down, obviously. If you look at the graph from 2020 to where we're at today, it dipped down into 2022 to only 266 citations. And then we saw a little uptick, roughly 30 in 2023. That could be for various reasons. And then the second offense penalties, I think the ones that you guys are interested in as well. That's, the second offense penalty. And so we've just seen a couple of folks that were cited for their second offense within the 5-year period per statute.
Drew has a question. Ron, real quick on your calendar, does this all follow the same fiscal calendar as the budget stuff, or is this the actual calendar year?
This is actual calendar year, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And this would be the entire thing. I mean, I think we're hunting 11 months out of the year, with the exception of July. We're hunting 11 months, so it's shoulder season, spring bear, the whole 9 yards, turkeys, all of it. So it'd be a whole year. Any other questions on the hunt without landowner permission? Chair Beal?
Chair Beal just said, so Ron, really quick, I mean, what it would kind of show then is that since it's all somewhat related to BMAs, is that obviously education and awareness and all that stuff seems to be helping with people understanding what they are all about. Would that be kind of an overall assessment of what the graph shows?
I would agree with that. I think about deer numbers too this last year. I think Region 7, for example, not seeing the deer numbers we're used to seeing, and some in Region 6 as well. We just didn't have as many deer on the landscape. So you see that correlation, with game animal numbers too. But I think we have made a dent in educating folks, and, especially when it comes to block management. Some of this could have been on private property as well. It doesn't have outside of the block management, So, somebody not enrolled in block management that was hunting on private property without permission, whether they, stopped on the county road and shot a deer off the road on private, that would be reflected in here as well. So it's not just block management offenses, but if that makes sense. So the second graph there is the criminal trespass statute, MCA 456203. And just a couple things for a refresher for this one. I won't go into great detail, but essentially the land does have to be posted to meet the criminal trespass requirements. This would also apply for people shed antler hunting on posted private property. We'd write this statute if the land was posted. This also applies to FWP lands, like our wildlife management areas that are closed and posted as such. Somebody would be cited for criminal trespass to our properties when the land is closed and posted. However, the majority of these citations, we can't, our tracking system doesn't track it in great detail, but the majority of these citations were on private land and not on public land, so not FWP lands. We've, over the last 4 years especially, we've seen a large increase in the shed antler hunters sneaking onto our game ranges and onto private ranches. And we've worked really hard to try and spend some time catching those individuals, and we've made some pretty good cases of individuals coming out with a lot of antlers. It's just crazy how popular it's become. it's always been popular, but more so lately, it seems like, or we're just seeing it more, so seen quite a bit of that. But again, you look at 2020 and we're, 66 warnings and 45 citations, and the citations are about, it dipped way down and, went to half of it in 21, 22, and then 23, we're actually back up higher than we were in 2020. And I think a lot of that would be the shed antler hunting.
Ron,
do.
question.
I'd like to ask you a question, Ron. Does this include anything like the Charles M. Russell National Wildlife Refuge in the middle of regions, in 6 and 7? This doesn't include the federal part of that, does it? They have their own statutes and things that they do. And that Bitter Creek Wilderness Study Area, I don't know whether they enforce that up there or not.
Yeah, none of that federal land stuff would be in these numbers here. We would pass those on to the BLM or the CMR refuge officers. So it wouldn't be any of our stuff here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Those are kind of quick numbers, Chair Beal, but those are typically, I think, what you guys are interested in. Happy to answer any questions you guys have, or, anything I can offer.
Dale?
Ron, quick question for you. The information you provided basically runs from 2020 to 2023. A discussion point we've had in this council over the years is just instance of illegal activity, and through the discussions that I have had with a lot of my rancher friends in Region 7, most of them tell me that things that they would be involved in, and I'm guessing that's probably trespass type situations, they've seen a marked decrease in the last 20 years. How does that compare? Do you have a gut feeling in terms of how that compares with what you're seeing statewide?
Yeah, I think we do see fluctuation with animal numbers and generational things that happen, but I would say, and I can run numbers back as far as we tracked it. It wouldn't go back 20 years, but when we've really kept good track of it here, I could run it back a little further than this. But I would say yes. I think we are seeing more people trying to do it right, and we still see this handful of folks, if you will, that just choose to not do it right. And some of these, in fairness, guys violating a block management use rule. I mean, they're responsible for knowing, what the rules are on these properties, but, sometimes it's not that they're intentionally trying to do things wrong either, but they do things wrong, unfortunately, and they need to be held accountable for their actions. But, overall, I think guys are trying to do it right. And I think more and more so, I think we have made a dent, in getting the word out to respect private property. That's a privilege that, you can lose those privileges. And, again, I think most people do want to try and do it right. If that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I ask you another question, Ron? What should this be a tribute to the hunting apps that everybody can put on their phones now, because you can look and see exactly where you are now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a different day and age. You know where you are all the time, whether you got service or not. If you're a little savvy and you can download these maps to your phone where you don't have to have service, you know exactly where you are all the time. And so we try to take that into account. Onyx, for example, isn't 100% perfect, but certainly there's times when guys are out there and there are no fences and they do get onto some private, those are the guys we try to listen to their story. And if it makes sense, that type of thing. But yeah, it's just a different time. There's just really no reason anymore why guys can't know exactly where they are all the time, just about, in my opinion.
And Rich?
Just really one last question, just because I've seen it too, that when you mentioned the shed hunting and all that, the e-bikes, I've seen a huge increase in that. These guys are going, and it's fine on the state land. We've been noticing a little bit of crossing deeded land though. They go out, they know they have their onix and stuff, but they're just cutting across, and they can do it rather quickly as opposed to walking. So that's just been something that's been interesting that I've seen in my area.
Yeah, you know, technology is a tough one to keep up with. I wish there was a better way to going about it. I mean, we're always seem to be behind the 8 ball when it comes to technology, whether it's drones or e-bikes or, you know, game carts that are motorized powered, all those things. So it's always changing.
Everett, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, Ron, I'm just curious, the second citation offenses, do you track multiple after that, or are they all lumped into second?
No, we'll track all of those. So that's where we're at so far. And the statute doesn't talk, it does talk about second or subsequent offenses. So right now that's where we're at. We haven't had anybody with a third offense.
Okay, thank you.
So is there anything you see, Ron, specifically? I mean, it seems to be a relatively good report. So is there anything you see that would continue to improve it? I mean, the message, it's up to us, I think, has been pretty effective and it's well received. Just wondering if you have any other thoughts that you hear from your wardens throughout the state.
You know, the up to us thing, I was really impressed with that campaign. I think it was powerful. It was one of the better things we've done in a while, quite frankly. I told Greg Lemon I was really impressed with it anyway. And I think filling these vacancies for us and getting wardens in communities and establishing that trust with landowners and the public, it's just critical. Like I've said before, you know, this community-based policing where, you know, if you know the game warden, he's got to come knock on your door, you know, it kind of makes a person think twice, you know. So if we can keep these vacancies filled and, you know, I've heard some concerning things out of statistics lately from, you know, just the people that we hire, little bit concerning on my end, you know, these younger guys, we're going to be lucky if we get 4 to 5 years out of them is what we're told. You know, when I got in it, I was in it for the retirement and that side of thing. And so I do worry about this constant turnover. I don't blame it all on generational things, but you know, we've seen people leave to work for UPS or do other things. It's not what they wanted to do once they get in it. So I am concerned about turnover and retention of our folks. So we'll put that out there, but I think we're making a dent. I was happy with these numbers, quite frankly, Ed, and happy to see those numbers. I want to see them continue to go down. I mean, compliance is our ultimate goal, not writing tickets. So if we're writing less and less tickets, that's a win for sure.
Hey, Ron, one more question. Your peers in maybe just in neighboring states, neighboring Western states, how does this compare? And maybe that's just anecdotally, but you know, how do you see our enforcement here and the number of tickets you're writing comparing to other states?
You know, I haven't checked in a while. I didn't check before this presentation. You know, as far as recruitment though, Montana, I would say, does not have a recruitment issue when it comes to hiring game wardens. Our last hiring process, we had 184 applicants. So, you know, recruitment's not a problem. I will say in other states though, they are having trouble recruiting game wardens. I think they're in worse shape than we are for sure. As far as game numbers or citations, I don't have the answer today for that question.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So the last 2 legislative sessions, there's been a bill brought forward to make the shed hunting not only criminal trespass, but also allow it to take away your hunting or fishing privileges, more like a kind of a poaching violation. And it has not gone through. I mean, do you think that would be something to help curb heard this shed kind of issue. It seems like it just keeps increasing the problems with the shed hunters.
Yeah, I would agree. It continues to be a growing issue, and for whatever reason, it doesn't make it through the session. I think it was trying to be lumped into the criminal trespass last session. I don't know if that's the right place for it necessarily, but our hands are tied when those landowners call and essentially the land's not posted. A lot of ranchers choose not to post their property, and that's totally their choice, and that's fine. But when it's not posted, there's not a lot we can do at that point. I mean, then the person can be notified that they're not welcome on the ranch and they can't come back. So if they come back, then we can cite them for criminal trespass. But right now, there's not a lot we can do unless the ranch is posted or the property's posted. So I think that's one that, I would like to see us be able to do something about. It's pretty frustrating on our end when we spend some time and effort investigating some of these with knowing the outcome's going to be what it's going to be. I think some of the county attorneys have started looking at the theft aspect of the antler. Once it's on the ground, it becomes, property. I don't know. Not every county attorney's on board with that, but I know some have started exploring that.
Paul has a question.
Yes, Ron, Paul. We're seeing not a lot, but quite frequently, we have a problem with the county attorneys not wanting to prosecute, or the judges don't want to prosecute. Are you seeing that to be a problem when you bring a citation or a complaint forward and you're running into a brick wall with them?
What I'm seeing is it's not that they don't want to do it, it's capacity. And so I think about, Gallatin County, for example, they are taking fish and game cases and they are contracting those out. They don't have the capacity in-house to prosecute those. I got a report from Gallatin County yesterday where they're looking to get more county attorneys or prosecutors on board. But when I look at, they had 735 felony cases for various things, from rape and burglary to all different kinds of things. And when you look at our fish and game, it ends up down here, unfortunately. And I think a lot of, with the growth and the number of crimes that are being committed, our stuff just on the priority list isn't as high as those other things. So I think they want to do it. I think the capacity, and they gotta weigh out, what's the outcome, what's the cost going to be to prosecute some of these things.
Is there anything that we could recommend legislative wise to strengthen that, make it easier because I know like Garfield County, their county attorney didn't want to prosecute unless he was paid or something. I don't understand what's going on there, but is that a problem, or is there anything that the PLPW could do to strengthen that, or do you have any ideas on that?
Yeah, I mean, Garfield County is the exception. They're the ones that they're the only county that have chosen to say that, there's an old statute on the books that says, there's that FWP would have to pay them back, reimburse them for that. But nobody else operates that way. There's conflicting statutes, I should say. And so Garfield County is the only one that has chosen not to prosecute essentially anything, any fish and game case whatsoever. And so, I mean, I think the landowners are the ones that have to say, we want to make this a priority in Garfield County. I think that would be more powerful than anything. So
Ron, a question in regards to the difference between trespass and hunting without permission. So, I mean, clearly shed antler hunting doesn't quite fit in either other than straight trespass. Did shed antler come into that violation, or was that rejected in the last legislature to include that?
If I recall correctly, that was trying to be put into the criminal trespass and statute, and it did not make it. Yes. I don't know if it's ever been tried to be put into the fail to obtain landowner permission for hunting or the hunt without landowner permission statute. You know, a couple differences there. One thing I didn't mention there, and I don't know the reasons why it didn't pass exactly, but the criminal trespass statute, that's a criminal offense. It's a 45 code and goes on your permanent record. And the hunt without landowner permission is not a criminal code. It's an 87 code. It's a fish and game code. It doesn't essentially, it's a crime, but it doesn't go on your permanent record essentially. And so I don't know if guys, you know, if folks didn't want to have a criminal, you know, record for shed antler hunting. I'm not sure if that was a reason behind the way it went, but just a thought in the back of my mind.
Really think that making it to where you would lose potentially fishing and hunting. I mean, not even making it criminal, but giving something more than monetarily, because that's a lot of people are doing it now for the money. So it's worth the risk if you get the $75 trespass ticket.
Maybe you should just confiscate yourself.
So to Stephanie's point though, you know, and when you take into account like Gallup County's example, really in the big picture, you know, it's a pain in the neck, but it's not a serious crime.
Right.
And I get that, especially as I drove here thinking about the changes in this town. So is it feasible that from the warden side or the department side that we suggest to put more teeth in hunting without permission to include, I don't think many people think shed hunting is hunting. Particularly, I think most of them think it's treasure hunting. But in those cases, it's trespass, but it's not posted, so it becomes unenforceable. So is it that something that could be helpful to approach it from that direction?
You know, I think that's a different way of looking at it, and I think it's something that the wardens could definitely enforce. We have the capacity to enforce that. You know, we're the ones that get the call, Chair Beal, when we do get the shed antler hunting. So even though people don't think of it as hunting, because of our relationship to the landowners, we're the ones who get that call. And so it's definitely something that we could enforce, and we have the capacity to enforce.
So would we be able to talk about at some point, like a scenario and a step-by-step, how would that be effective? And what would the consequence be? You know, realizing there's an educational aspect to it in the beginning. Seems to me to go from 0 to 100, you've got to figure out a way to go.
Yeah, anytime something new comes about, you know, we always, I can't emphasize that enough, is there's an educational piece to it, for whether it's a year or whatever, you know, where we just educate the public and maybe issue written warnings, for example, or we don't even issue a written warning at all. I think about the conservation license right now. It's required all, you know, for many properties. We still haven't even issued a written warning for that yet. We want to educate the public, and that's what we've done. And even that's built into that statute is your first offense for not having a conservation license. It's right in the statute that you will receive a written warning, which is a form of education. We're educating you, we're warning you, hey, next time you got to have it. And that's what I would like to see with any type of new change or law. We're not trying to make criminals out of people. That's not the goal. But as Stephanie pointed out too, I mean, individuals are profiting greatly off of antlers these days, and they're willing to do about anything to get them. And I worry about not doing something about it. You know, I worry about what it means when a landowner calls us and we say our hands are tied, you know, the credibility piece of that. And it would be good to see shed antler hunting incorporated somewhere into statute where we can do something about it.
Okay, Drew had a comment.
Well, I guess the comment goes back to, they're calling you, but really they should be calling their local deputy or sheriff. I mean, because it's no different than somebody picking asparagus or mushrooms, maybe for profit, maybe just for personal consumption, but should we even be, I mean, is this something we should even be talking about if it's not an actual hunting season that is put into the department's control? But
Yeah. Other states started doing that, like making it.
If it was an actual season.
Right,
Yeah.
making it an actual hunting season.
Should we be putting mental bandwidth around this?
Well, it refers to what Ron was talking about in his opinion about what the increase is in 23 being related to shed.
I get that, but should those calls be directed to your local sheriff?
Well, then it's unenforceable.
Unless the landowner has the land posted.
Correct. And the county attorney wants to deal with it.
Which is why I'm saying, should we even be trying to tackle this?
Yeah. Good question. Fair question. Yeah. So that would be a question for tomorrow for this thing. So good. Yeah. Fun. No, good. Yeah. Well.
Chairman Bill, Ron, do you think, or is it even possible to make it, the 87 code, hunting without landowner permission, to make that go on the permanent record? Is there a way to do that? And do you think that would deter anybody? Would it help deter some people from doing that?
I don't think it would. I don't think we need to make it to where it goes on somebody's permanent record. We still track that, obviously, and we can see when how many times people have done it. I don't think necessarily it would deter people, but it, at least right now, it would at least hold people accountable. We'd be able to do something about it. Stephanie pointed out a good point. I mean, right now, the bond for a first offense is $285. Well, if they're picking up 6 brown antlers, 6-point antlers, people can say, it's worth it to me because I can, I'll pay the fine and I'm going to get whatever $1,000 out of the antlers. So, I'll throw that out there, I guess.
Okay. You, I guess in the big picture, going back to your reports, I mean, in the big picture with 56 counties and 200,000 people hunting, I mean, it seems to me that you're in pretty good shape as a whole.
This is honestly way lower than I would have expected.
I think we're in pretty good shape. My mind, in my line of work for this long, I worry about what we're missing. We're catching this many. I still worry about the number with the growth in Montana. I worry about the number of game wardens. I mean, we used to say hunting season was our busiest time of year, and it's just not necessarily true anymore. I mean, we just don't have a slow time anymore. Our guys are going literally all the time, every day. The phone rings nonstop for whatever, this time of year is shed hunting, all kinds of things. So we're spread thin still, I'll say that, and I do worry about that for the future as we haven't been able to keep up the growth, as far as the number of game wardens on the ground. So this is what we're catching. This is what's getting reported to us, knowing we are not catching it all.
Stephanie.
Quick question. Have you seen any trespassing associated with the hound hunting with bears being new? I feel like that's kind of a new thing. I was just curious, has there been any trespass associated with that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Not so much, actually. Yeah, it's been pretty good. I think we've had a couple of cases with regards to lion hunters and hounds, and trying to keep your hounds 4 miles ahead of you. It's tough sometimes, but not with the bears at all. I don't recall anything to do with the bears that I can think of off the top of my head. I think it's been pretty good.
Thank you.
Everett.
Hey, Ron, you said you're stretched pretty thin. Do you have an ideal number of how many more FTE wardens you'd like to have?
Yeah, I have a number, but I do take your question serious too, Everett. If I could get at least one more per region, I'd be a pretty happy guy, but if we could get two more per region, I'd be even happier. So, if I got to just pick, I'd like two more per region, quite frankly.
Yeah. Chairman Beal, I just would kind of want to note that for recommendations going into the legislative session. I know we talked about this a couple of years ago, talked about it last year, and we don't get to, do the votes at the legislature, but I mean, our recommendation, I think, has been more. So I think it's worth noting.
So noted. Okay. Any other questions for Ron? Okay. Well, thank you very much, Ron. Appreciate your work and taking the time to be with us today on this. And I know it's an ever ongoing thing, and you're happy to have the new wardens you've got. That's a good step for sure.
Yeah, thank you very much. Anytime, happy to join you guys anytime. Appreciate your guys' work and efforts and thoughtful approach to many topics that you guys consider. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I gotta echo that too. And the enforcement division been a huge help from not only talking to landowners to get them in the program, but then also enforcing the rules on lands that are enrolled. And as Macy said, to some extent, that could be year round. So just a huge acclimates and thanks to enforcement.
It's an interesting reality between access people, the whole variety of access people, the whole kit and caboodle, biologists and wardens. Somebody always makes a great connection and that leads to good results. And it's not always the same position that's able to do it. It's so intricate together and to work together. So, yeah, was he gonna have 106 as of June 17th?
119. Oh, yeah.
Well, wardens, and then you got 14 captains and agents. Yeah. So that's hard to even imagine in some counties. All right. So our next job is looking at PALAs.
All right, so again, on the left side of your packet, as well as in the meeting materials, there's another kind of a chart that's got some yellow highlights on it. One of the statutorily required pieces of this committee is to provide the department a recommendation. Again, the director makes the decision, but this committee or individuals will make a recommendation. And so in large part, or in most regions, we had the opportunity to connect with you locally prior to this meeting. Region 6 wasn't able to do that. So we do have some projects in Region 6. They're separate. There's two new ones that I provided in your packet as well, the Lone Tree and the Brewer. But there's also some renewals. But as part of this whole process, this has gone from talking about, Ed and Dale and Lee, others that are on the committee, Cindy, has gone from talking about PALAs alone as a whole meeting in itself, like 2 days, literally sitting there going through all of it, to now this condensed process, which is trying to connect with you locally, review what they have. If you're good with it, recommend to move forward. If you have questions on it or want to see it discussed before the full committee, bring that forward. And so the ones you'll see that are highlighted yellow in this packet are ones that just need some final discussion. Again, Region 6 is all yellow because we didn't get that done before the meeting, but otherwise there's a couple in Region 3, and then one in Region 7 really that were kind of brought up for discussion. So the Region 3 ones, I think we'll start first with, because those are super simple. If Cheyenne is able to join us, it looks like she's on, so.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Do you want to do a quick refresher on our mileage distance change and then some of those pieces that we
Yeah. Yep. So as part of the 2023 process, we did do an administrative rule change. And it came in late March of 2023. And that was to reduce the distance between access points. If you think about it that way, legal access. It was literally hard lined as 2 miles. It had to be 2 miles in administrative rule between the nearest access point. Through PLPW, through our administrative rule update process last year, we got to a place where that is now limited to 1 mile or site-specific considerations that would be less than 1 mile, but still improve access to public lands. And so that's kind of how it's developed for the 2024 cycle. Applications for both pallet and unlocking public lands were out to landowners around the end of January and then due back March 15th. So that's kind of how we got to that change. Again, the yellow ones are just ones that were for more discussion, and your role is to provide a recommendation. Ultimately, it's the director's decision on whether or not something actually is enrolled, but statutorily, this group provides that recommendation. So what we're going to talk about are just the ones highlighted in yellow, and then other programmatic things if you guys want to talk about that. Cheyenne,
Can you
there?
hear me? Yeah, can you
We
hear me?
can. Yep.
Perfect. So Region 3 only has one that me, Paul, and Ed came up with, and that was honestly my bad. I forgot that me and Jason had determined on our Ruby Dell to actually condense it or split it into 2 different applications. So the question, let me get this shared here. Okay. So this is the pallet in question. It's the Ruby Dell application. And what we did is we actually had split it into 2 different applications. So one piece, sorry, this is one piece.
There you go.
Okay, so one piece was 80 acres, which is up here in the top right corner in section 4. And just to clarify this, there is a road right here in this orange, and it does not touch this boundary. It is surrounded by private. It's hard to see from a blown out view, but it has been determined they do not connect. And the other piece was this section 13, which is 640 acres. We have split them into 2 different applications. So they're both flat rated at 88, or one's flat rated at 80 acres and one is flat rated at 640 acres. So, and that's my bad, Paul and Ed. When I spoke to you guys, we had originally had them as just one application. And I had forgot we had split them. So,
So really, all that does is, again, 2 flat rate payments. The one 4,000 was when you guys originally talked about it. The new payment would be 1,050 for that section, and then the other one is 525.
So now the total is 1,050 and 525. Those are the 2 totals. Okay.
correct.
All right.
Yep, that's it for Region 3 change.
So then from my point of view, we're good.
Yeah, you need to move the adoption of this.
Can you go back to the map though?
Yeah, Cheyenne, can you go back to
Pull that map up.
Yeah.
It is surrounded by block.
Well,
Alright,
it's
that
got a
exists.
lot of access roads actually through the bottom of it, through that lower southwest corner of BLM. Is that what you're thinking about, Dale?
So there's several roads, and so there's a road that is private. I have to update the map. I just haven't had time with block management contracts at the moment. There is a private road which can kind of be seen. I'll zoom in here, that goes right through here. This road is completely private. This is the hunting district boundary, not a road, this orange line. So the private road is right here, and the only access, it is within a mile right here from the private road into there. This gray is all a block management area. The Ruby Del Sour Beer Ranch.
So is the BLM part of the block management area?
No,
I mean,
it's
I
side of the
know
boundary.
block management only pertains to private land.
Correct.
But is that section of BLM part of the ranch unit that's block management?
It is not included within their boundary or their accounted acreage. No.
So my second question that I have for you, Cheyenne, the map that you have up here, you can't see what is off to the west. Is there public access to the west of that section of BLM?
Not within a mile.
That block of into that same block of public land.
The closest access is not for several miles to the west, that they would have to come in from over there and then travel several miles into this section 13 to get to section 13.
But they could do so going or staying on public land or on a county road.
Correct, but the PALA would increase access to that area that otherwise is very under accessible. Sorry.
Thank you.
So if you're good with those, Ed, we can.
So I think Paul and I are then okay with that.
Yeah, I do have one question. Is the PAL agreement with, is the BLM fee, is the BLM parcel belong to, or being leased to Ruby Dell?
Yep.
Now?
Correct. Ruby Dell holds the lease to both of those pieces.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, but not the other.
And is that the road to Dillon that runs through?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What was that question?
Question on which road it is that travels through there, which public road?
So the Sweetwater Road right here, which is actually the hunting district boundary as well. This road will connect, it on the east, it connects to Alder, and on the west, it connects over to Dillon.
That's right.
It's
Thank you.
It's the dirt road over there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, the 80 acres, that doesn't touch the road, does it?
No.
It does not. So it's actually surrounded by private. And I verified with the county that the county road easement still does not touch that private property, or yeah, does not touch that BLM. So legally that BLM is completely inaccessible.
This just, to me, in the beginning, exemplified one of the challenges of the way CALAs are written in code as part of what qualifies. I mean, it's an 80-acre section that is within a block currently, but that's not excluded under the PALA agreements.
Well, and this PALA is open year round. So I think that's where we can't really consider block management and factor into this. You can in the hunting season, but outside of that, this PALA is opening up year round access as well. So I think that's where it kind of comes in to play.
And then the ones that we've looked at here in our region, yeah, been a lot of the same case. Like it's in or around the BMA, but it's offering 365 days of access.
Right. And it's relatively small there. It was, yeah. But the other question fixed the issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Donna has her hand up, Mr. Chair.
Donna?
Well, I've moved cattle on both these areas, and I know the landowners. And a lot of that area near that 80 acres, and that is a Sweetwater Road where it, right after the Ruby Reservoir, it cuts off the main Ruby Road and heads on over to Dillon. But that section there, that 80 acres, that would open up and make that area less confusing. So I think that's beneficial. And that other section that also is with the Sour Beer Ranch, those two ranches are border each other in a number of different areas. And I think having that section is an important section for our hunters. Well, not my hunters, but not do-it-yourself hunters. And I've seen a lot of people have been happy with hunting that area. So just since it's in my backyard, I throw out that information about those two pieces.
Thank you, Donna.
Thank you.
Then Everett's got his hand up, I think it may be from before.
You want on, Everett? Okay, we're good.
Nope, sorry.
All right, no problem.
All right, I think the next plan then will be to jump into Region 6 projects, because that's all we had that we hadn't had a chance to visit with individual members with before. Most, all of them are renewal projects. The two new ones, I did provide separate maps and handouts, so you didn't have to look so closely at the screen. But the rest of them are all either one-year agreements that are just, again, going for another year, or they're 3-year requests. That's been in the program before and just expired and now up again. So with that, Katie, our Region 6 Access Manager, is up first, and so we'll turn her over to that. Katie, you can talk about the renewals and or start with looks like you've got Lone Tree pulled up, so maybe we just start with the new ones first.
Yep, let's start with the new ones. So this is the Lone Tree Pala. This is kind of south and east of Big Sandy is the area. This is in Hunting District 690. So I'll just kind of go over the assessment form really quick. So this is legally inaccessible. We have done the research to see there is no existing right to public access out there. Gives you access into the Bears Paw, into Hunting District 690, and it's in very high demand. It's a little over 640 acres. Actually, it's 680 acres is how much land is accessed by this. It's in a conservation easement, and the landowner has also enrolled as private land in EHA in the last year, and he would like to continue with EHA as well. There is very high demand for the elk herd in 690, so it would provide more access to those elk herds that are in 690. Again, there's a very high demand for public access down there. We don't know of any conflict at this time, and I think there's a very high potential for the high levels of satisfaction for recreating public and the landowner. So they are going to be open year-round on this Pala, and all through the hunting seasons. There is no fishing out there, so they just got all established hunting seasons, July 1st to June 30th. And I think it will get a high level of public use out there. So I did rate this as getting that extra $1,000. So for a total for this one, got $3,525.
Katie, I have a question. Does this gentleman already have a Pala on something else?
No, he has a conservation easement on his private property, but he doesn't have any Palas existing.
Okay, thank you.
And is your estimate, Katie, on public use days based on the block?
No, it's not in block management.
Okay.
It's an elk hunting agreement and
I saw the EHA.
confirmation.
Okay.
Amy, can I ask you a question, please?
Yep.
Are there sheep in this area? In that specific area?
That I don't know.
I bet there are.
Yes.
So you anticipate 250 to 350 hunting days on 760 acres?
Yes, public use days, I do.
Yeah.
It is year round.
I mean, that's a group of 2 or 3 people going in there for checking it out once a day on their 5-day trip. Start to rack up days pretty fast.
I move we approve it.
I'll second that, Paul.
Any other questions? Okay. Recommend.
Okay.
Move forward.
All right, Katie, you want to hit up your next other new one?
Yep, 1 second. So this is Jerry Brewer. He is applying for the Greater Green. Let me pull up a map really quick because it's going to be easier to look at. So this is off of Cow Island Road or Cow Island Trail. It's a very private or very popular access area. This is also in Hunting District 690. And the road that he is applying to the PALA for would be this portion that gets you into a bunch of BLM trails.
The red portion?
It's,
No, the brown and black, sorry. This piece
Oh.
off of Cow Island Trail.
Gotcha.
So you would be able to drive all the way back in there?
Yes.
You just made it. That's where I drew my sheep tag 5 or 6 years ago. I'm just wishing this was all done then.
think of the guys now.
I am.
Put on your public interest hat.
So I have some questions.
Rich.
Katie, so this, Rich Roth from Big Sandy, so I know this area really well. And where is there also access to this property already? Because I know that there's already access to part of it. So where is the new access? From the deeded down, is that because there's already access all the way over to the state land and then down, and then there's access through that BLM there, and there's also access to the north that comes all the way down through there too, is that correct?
So yeah, this is,
State land.
it's more than a mile from all of the other access points.
Okay. Okay,
So-
and just, yep, and then Katie, and then have you driven all of those so-called BLM roads down there?
I have not yet.
Okay. Cause I know that area well, and just, and like I said, knowing those roads and where the roads say that there are roads to, they're not there. They're stated on the map as there. So I'm just wondering, as far as due diligence and stuff and where people will have access to drive to in that area there of BLM land, what actually has been looked at and reviewed?
So this, I kind of went with what the game warden had said out there when we originally went. So this wasn't a new application, so to speak, as he applied a couple of years ago, and I'm still using those same roads that were found a couple of years ago.
So did he put it in and then pulled it out?
No, he applied and then did not go through with the agreement.
And is the, I guess Katie too, is there a PALA and BMA also within this same thing? So what, I guess, I have a question on how much the actual annual payment would be for both BMA and PALA to this landowner.
So he is not applying for block management, he's just applying for the PALA.
Okay. And is that 17,525 per year?
Yes, if he would like to be in it for another year, this is just for a 1 year.
Okay, this is a 1 year.
So he would have to reapply next year.
So that total amount would drop, Rich. The potential payment of 14,525 and then up to 1,000 for reimbursement, not the 3,000.
Okay, and then I do have a question on that, Katie and maybe Jason, you know, what does improvement reimbursement, I mean, what does that mean for the landowner?
So basically, you can improve access to your private, to improve access to the public. So we've done cattle guards, we've done car gates, culverts, rock.
But is that something that FWP sets up, or is that something that he does?
He does all the work and then sends us the bill.
Okay.
Reimbursement.
Yeah, okay. That's kind of what there'll be no work, and that's one of the frustrating things about it too. Is just knowing what that country looks like and all that's being done there, so. Okay.
So Rich, on your question, where do you know there's other public access on the map here?
Then the far top north through the state land, and it's definitely more than a mile away. I recognize
Is that right at 25 and 17 east?
25 and 16. That's the state has approved that as a state access road to that point of BLM.
And where does it go to?
That just opens up all of that. There's no roads, there's nothing there. It just opens up.
But is it open it up right to the edge of that BLM?
Yeah, so that's where people access the BLM is right there.
So in approximation to that 25 and 16 east, just north of it or right on it?
It's right, because it's state and BLM right there. There's signs, we've got signs posted, everything's there that people can drive right to that point.
So right to
off of Cow Island Trail.
There's also a Rocky Mountain Oak
Rocky Mountain
Foundation, project right in that same spot.
And then, like I said, I think he actually has a dent. That's the new access is actually there. I couldn't see the difference in the color, but the other one coming off of Cow Island Trail is already accessed there.
So the current access goes south to where it turns west off of Cow Island Road.
Yeah, so then if I go back from there, so there's the access all the way to the point where it's the 26 north, 16 east of the top left of our map. And then if you go where you start to see the black and white spaces just past Private Drive, there's the purple and black that goes directly south. That is all access. And it doesn't show the road that goes down further back across the BLM and over to right into state section where it shows that it's not a state section, but it's a state area there, the 25 north 17 east. It's so you can drive there, and what happens then, people will drive down basically right down the line and access over to the BLM to the north there, to the just to the south of the 25 north 17 east marker that's on the state land.
So your question is whether or not the actual access roads will be accessible.
So what I've noticed down there is that the two parking spots and you can even look on the maps, and when you like go on Onyx and look, you'll see but they don't extend all the way across there. I mean, what those old maps show is basically old, whether they were wagon train, whatever, those are not really there anymore. They show it there on the map because I think maybe when BLM did that back in the 40s and 50s or whatever, it's there.
Is that this park you're talking about here?
Yeah, it's just above where the P is, the parking area there. Again, not all those roads are actually there. I mean, they're not visibly, there, but I'm sure people would make them that. I mean, I'm sure they would make them.
So there's actually, I mean, if you look on Onyx,
Yeah, so I was looking on mine.
there's the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation one that is actually the start of the same road.
Right, yeah,
And then it goes down and it splits across and stays on the public.
right.
So I mean, really it ties into this road here, you can see where it matches.
On the top or the bottom or the parking?
It looks like it would eventually tie into the parking, where they're looking at that parking, because it.
Right, the
it's
parking, I think,
same,
is all right, that stuff's all correct. The two parking, what it.
Which is
to the-
public anyway.
Right, of course. It's the stuff that goes from the reservoir, as soon as you access there and go over, there's a reservoir in there. And then going from there. Oops, I got it there.
Yeah, can I chime in? Yeah. So this is one of those areas, you guys, where it's a sheep hunting area. There's obviously mule deer and elk, and
Right.
I guess if you really want to be a bird hunter, there's probably some birds in there too, but I'm putting my access hat on, as you would say. Yeah. I've walked a lot of that, and I can tell you that it's extremely inaccessible. And an easement like this, for those persons who are lucky enough to draw an extremely coveted tag, like a bighorn sheep tag, this would be an invaluable public access agreement for, I don't want to say $15,000 isn't a lot of money, it's a lot of money, but when that sheep tag is being sold at auction every year for $250,000 and they're spending another $100,000 on outfitters,
Those guys can get access.
they can get access, but this is one of
They
those
can fly
areas.
right into the middle of that.
This is one of those areas where they're shooting those sheep and from time to time. And so again, why not give access to the public for some of those coveted?
I don't think that's what I.
No, and
It's
I'm just
not,
saying that.
I'm not disputing the
Yeah, we're
access,
just-
I'm wanting to make sure that because like I said, I've spent some time in that country too.
Of course you have.
And when we look at where we're granting access with the roads, I think that's something, I mean, the roads to the edge are easy, and same with the parking, we've all probably been to those places, but some of those others that are up there, looking at what's there now as opposed to what was mapped when they mapped this, not necessarily there, and I know how fragile that country is, and I know the type of people and the type that are going down there during hunting season and see what happens to that country, so I mean, that's great where they get to, but some of those roads I don't believe are accessible. And they're not, they've kind of like drifted in, if you will, or they're not. And so if that's given that, then basically someone's gonna take the right and say, well, I can kind of see where it used to look like something. And then that's pretty much what it is down there. And I guess when I look at weeds and really truly the person getting the dollars and managing that land, there's no management. There's no grazing management, there's no fence management, there's no improvement management. I just get to speak on that because I know, because I live there.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying I'm not agreeing with doing it. I just think that the due diligence on where that actually is something to be considered.
So that's something that we need to debate, Ed? as
No, I
far
don't,
as, like,
I don't think
what's
it
the
is.
road,
I
or
don't
is that
think it is.
something
I think it should
I mean, that's a
have been
BLM
done
issue,
before.
not a
Or
PLPW issue.
Well, this goes to performance, right?
But if you have an e-bike and you're cruising in there on an e-bike,
Well, this is a parking access.
and parking, but you can park with
So-
an e-bike there.
Oh, yeah, of
Or
course.
a UTV or whatever.
Well, I guess we streamline this thing, I agree with what you guys are saying, we gotta make sure we do it right.
Yeah.
We've gotta also give our people some, if they did it, which is the way it looks in this, it was all done according to oil, and so then after that, maybe we need to reassess it again.
Well, if it's for 1 year, I just know the area really well.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm speaking up on it, because I know it's not, whether Jerry does that along there and opens access to there through his private road, that's his deal to do. When I look at those, and I know, because I have a fair amount of BLM land too, and where roads go and state lands and all that stuff, as a landowner and as a lessee that's privileged enough to use those lands to graze cattle and to take care of, I guess that's where I feel that sometimes looking at these, it's like, okay, where does the access point end? And how do you manage that? If we're really truly taking, because the way it looks, there may be sheep down there, but as soon as all that, I mean, where are they gonna go after that? And where as far as hunting anything on the deeded land, there's nothing to eat there. So it's all somewhere else. And so I just think those are things to just be paying attention to in our group as we approve these things, and especially the due diligence part, because as far as following up on some of the things that we quote on there is habitat. Okay, well, I guess if you've been down there, Drew, obviously habitat for sheep is quite a bit different than cattle, maybe even deer, but I guess how did you view the grass and the habitat for wildlife, and what wildlife did you see down there?
It was fantastic for wildlife.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, I guess this way there's.
I don't want to tell everybody that, but.
You got the camel. Camel noses under the canvas, so there might be some more, we might have more recourse this way than just letting it be the way it is now. You know,
I just speak purely from the side of of a land manager, so weeds, tracks, and all of that. People going e-bikes, hiking, riding horses, great, have access. I mean, we do that on all the state. I mean, people are out more and more on that, and they're taking good care of that. I think that's great. But like I said, when I look at where we put on here, where we have roads and all that access that are shown there, and that ends up what people are using to actually know where they can go, and they're not actually there, I think that poses certainly something to pay attention to.
Did they make just made an application for 1 year? Right?
Yeah, of course, yes, yep. And I think that becomes maybe, I guess, Jason, maybe that you guys view that, or maybe, you know, Katie goes down during this, I guess, and looks, and that's what you make the assessment after the year or whatever.
We obviously have budget for it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I guess I have some concerns with this one. And part of it comes from your comment earlier, Stephanie, saying, hey, there's a Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation project that provides access into here that's not shown on this map. It seems to me if there's some public access that is provided into this parcel of land, that needs to be clearly articulated on the map. In addition to that, when we start talking about how many acres the access provides, I guess on these maps, sometimes like in the ones that were before that showed the 80 and the 640, it's very apparent. But on here, I think that information needs to be displayed on this map. I mean, if you're going to show that there's 3,800 acres that access is enhanced to, but yet when you start doing a little digging, there's a good trail that takes you down into the state section. Are those part of the acres that we're paying somebody for that has increased access? I just think it's a question, and I think as a council and the department, there's a fiscal responsibility here. Are we paying for something that there's already access that goes right through the middle, and without knowing which acres the access is being enhanced to?
Yeah, we can't see them.
You can't see it. I mean, you are assuming that it's accurate, but I just question that.
Katie, are you still there?
Yep, I'm still here.
What are all the acres that we're paying him to pay him that access to his leases?
Yes.
So can you clarify where the RMEF access is on this map?
Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation.
And also like we said.
Katie,
Yeah, I don't know.
it's right off of Cow Island.
So if you look at, see the start of, okay, it's.
It's where your colors change on your route.
Okay, so do you see the dashed line and then the right side of
BLM.
the BLM? That road going down there is a public road, and then it actually curves off to the left. And it's marked on Onyx as Rocky Mountain Elk, and it's got like a little,
So are you talking that,
Flags.
whatever that
like right.
size of section is?
This, and then
turns into there. So it comes into 25 and
So this road
17.
here?
Comes into the state land.
Here, let me.
Can you
Yes.
send
Here.
It goes down and over. And that's where it's at.
It's coming down.
Here's the Rocky Mountain chunk. So you see it's right here. So that road goes right here, and then it splits off, see? So where it goes into his private land, where we're in the Pala, it actually splits off right here. And follows down.
Those are right here.
Amazing access.
Right into there.
I'm also.
So
familiar with this area.
It continues through the state section, right?
Correct.
This,
There's road
this is
level.
his property.
Correct.
This is
So
this.
this-
That's his, yeah.
So what the pala is this chunk that comes down into here.
And how far is that?
Well, and the other thing that's not on there is as we were talking about, what acres of BLM is he leasing that he's creating like this? This is all IX needs to be on. So is this, right, you're all across there. These two, those are IX. So I can't tell how many acres he's. Yeah, like this one.
That's already road or it comes down.
Right.
Follows this.
Yeah.
There's a check.
Turns here.
Can you get us?
The person actually has their house on the state.
So does it go all the way down through the state?
I don't know where I am.
Okay, so Katie, do you know,
It's Sandy's.
so the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation easement goes down through into the state where your map shows 25N17E east?
Right here.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's. I'm curious how that's RMF, because did they deed it back to BLM?
It's an access improvement spot is what it's coined as. It was Rocky Mountain Elk did something, there's a big sign right there.
So they
on
deeded it
Trail.
back to either DNRC or.
They probably went agreement with BLM that allowed them to maintain and improve.
The question
So
is.
the road gets all the way, and for sure down there, you can see the road's all
Yeah, that's right.
right.
It may only get you. So we don't know how close that gets to that.
It only goes, it's halfway
Only
in the
goes
state
to the
section.
state.
Halfway into the state section.
Yeah.
So
You
then
know, across the
you're,
state to get in.
you're
So
2
we're-
miles across.
Yeah, so we're given that.
Katie, have
Okay.
you got a better map than the one you've shown us now that shows the delineation of the stuff that he's wanting paid for?
You mean?
I
on,
don't.
And that's a good point, because I mean, really, because are we paying for this?
Can you-
That's
can you do it
accessible,
by
or are we just
tomorrow?
paying
It's
for
this,
these?
it's this.
It would
So,
be nice to see the green, like what is the,
Like they did
I
on
think
the
is what
Lone
they're
Tree.
saying.
Yeah.
Like this
So-
is what he.
what is the payment?
okay,
for?
Katie, can you on your map for tomorrow, draw a boundary, say a green boundary, as we've seen before, around the BLM that's being accessed, and in this agreement with the, however many acres that is, 15,000 acres, 14,925.
Yes.
You do that?
Yep, I can do that.
Okay, and then. So do we have certainty that that road, so the brown, black dotted road is actually accessible down into that section where it turns west and then must go down into a canyon and up? Into, I don't know what section that is, but where it junctions with the red dotted, pink dotted.
It just depends on that, because a lot of people go down through Raymond Courtage's, which is not there, and then cut over to, because that's, I don't know how he's got that set up. So the property owner just below where it corners there and goes over is Raymond Courtage. So I don't know, because that is not a fun little spot there and well, you can see what it looks like.
Yeah.
And again, that's why I was talking about these old wagon trains or whatever they did. I don't know what they've done with that.
So just to that point, when we approved the Square View last year, that was all around those same issues. And that was approved, and then the BLM went ahead and decided, if you read that article, to improve all those access points at that point.
Okay.
And that's kind of a big deal. Who knows how it all works out, but I mean, that was our concern when we approved that, is because I've been in there quite a bit. And the minute it rains, you can just be in a hole. So maybe it encourages the BLM to be proactive in that area too. So you can do that for us tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Are there any other quantifications that we need to see on that to help our recommendation or not?
No, I think just the green box would help, and then make sure, like, all of the, Rich was saying, make sure you mark what is actually his least.
Right.
The acreage that is actually his least within the green.
It'd be curious to know, although it's not critical, what that RMEF access does if you have access to that information.
Okay, I can look.
Thank you, Katie.
Okay. Pardon?
We'll be here all night.
Yeah.
Who's ordering supper?
Okay. So do we have more sixes?
So that's the end of the new ones. In terms of the renewals for Region 6, I don't know how you want to address those. Again,
all of these ones that are being renewed have already been vetted by this group.
So with the renewals, do they remain as they were, the contracts?
yeah, Katie, do you have any changes for any of them that you know of?
No, not any of the renewals.
Okay. So does anybody have any question with those renewals then? In the rest of Region 6?
Unless Katie had any red flags for us that she wanted to like absolutely dive into, that's where I would go with this.
Katie?
I don't need to dive into them if you guys are okay.
You don't have any red flags with any of the existing ones, Katie?
No, not at all.
Okay, thanks.
Which is there anything?
I didn't, I don't know the other ones. I don't know. Oh, let's see.
Just 1 second, Katie.
Yeah, there's 30 some members, it's like square view, that one, this, they had to, of course, there was one of the grading associations that was put together in the 1970s. 30 family farm guys that gave up their hunting access to the outfitter.
Okay, so if we have a specific question to Region 6 on any one of these agreements that have a renewal, I do want to get to there's 1 in 7.
Yep.
And Travis is with us today.
Yep.
So how about if you're okay with it, we jump to that one since it's new, and we can come back to 6.
It's also a renewal.
It's not new, it's a renewal.
Okay.
Some of the same discussion.
So can you hang in there with us, Katie?
Yep.
Okay.
And then Katie, Travis said you had it mapped already in your Pro, so. By the way.
So yeah, I have that green box.
All right, we'll jump through Region 7 and come back to you, Katie. We have time.
Thank you. Yeah.
Region 7.
Oh, yeah. We did that. This is the same, I think we're at the same map. isn't it?
Kind of caught you off guard there.
Yeah, I get that from the acres. Oh, gotcha.
You just want me to run through it quick?
Yeah, please.
I had it. Okay, it's a renewal. It's been in since the beginning of the program for 4 years. They just came off a 3-year agreement. So I didn't change anything on this, on how the payment was scored, how it was all scored and set up, acres calculated and all that, but at our regional review, Dale, Paul, and Rod had some concerns with how the total acreage was calculated and figured out. So I guess Dale, Paul, if you guys want to talk about what that
You go
was.
ahead first and I'll jump in.
Okay,
You know the area.
so if you refer to or look at the map that has the BLM and stuff, that's well outlined. And it kind of goes back to the same question that we had on the last discussion in Region 6. The concern that we have is the amount of land that there's 10,000 or more acres of inaccessible public acres opened. So they're
Under accessible.
or under accessible, but so they're giving him, they're giving him $6,000 for 10,000 or more acres of unaccessible or under accessible acres. So you can look at the 2 parking areas here, and you can look at the chunk of BLM land that's included in this section or in this agreement. But if you look north of the parking areas, there's a county road that goes through a parcel of public land. And both of these are walk-in from these parking areas. So our question was, we're counting all these acres as under accessible, but yet from here to here, from these 2 parking areas, and you come to here, you can walk in on publicly accessible acres. Should we be compensating that individual, saying all these acres are under accessible when you have a public access point? And when you look at the shape of this, I could certainly see that the southern portion of this, you can make a good argument that, yeah, these are under accessible. You had to come in from the county road and walk in and come all the way to the south. You certainly improved the access, but what about going all the way to the north? It's probably less distance to come in from the public access and go there. And again, we just question whether.
Where's the public access on the north?
Right here, the road goes right through that.
Oh, and it's all walks.
It's all walks.
Is this his lease?
That's the land that is
He
part.
leases from the Bureau.
That's his lease in the green boundary.
So the green, wow,
It's
that's an
1.5
interesting
miles
shape
there.
Yeah.
to deal with. versus-
Well, that fence is, they call it ridge line.
There's north and south.
They better, as you look at the topography. of it.
Okay, so we all clear, as Dale explained that?
And our group just felt this is something we need to bring to this council for
Let's
input.
talk again.
Yeah, that looks like an easier walk too, terrain wise.
So your questions is that the total acreage being accessed by these new points, and this is where I think we have all kinds of issues. Because realistically, you're not gonna we're not gaining access in the northern part of this by the southern access. And yet those are the boundaries or guidelines of this.
And we're
the side
compensating
boards
him for them, saying, hey, we're improving access.
For the
into there.
total.
But we've done that on many other ones.
Well, I know we have.
I get it, but I'm.
It's over.
Well, I think you gotta be kind of careful how we've got a bunch of these already. And we've got the money, and I'm not saying that what you're saying is we get better at it as we go along, but if you're the review committee, if you think that you guys are reviewing your Region 7, what's your recommendation that we do?
Well, we just thought that this down here, yes, we could probably, it would access the southern part, but the northern part's already accessible. I don't know, what was his payment in block management? Quite a bit, wasn't it, for that?
It may have been, but
That doesn't.
Here, it doesn't matter because this, under statute, as I remember the hearing on that, and Jason, you help me out if I'm wrong, but I listened or attended those hearings and the senator that introduced this said these are separate programs and one is not bound by the other one. And I know I'm not saying that right, but is that kind of a true statement?
Yeah, when the bill was originally drafted, you couldn't do both. And then through committee and through amendments, they struck block management language from the original bill, which then now says you can do both, all combinations. The only thing you can't do right now would do a public access land agreement and a tax credit. You couldn't do a public access land agreement and DNRC's program. You can't double dip in that sense. Yeah, to have a block management agreement and then something that opens up the public land, those two are not.
This is a great example of a problem that sideboards have created. And I was thinking about it a lot driving over here. You know, just to diverge a second, in the wisdom of a 100-day payment. A 100-day payment is a simple qualification without a number of additives. And it's existed for how many years without great consternation of any kind. So these sideboards are what was created through this council. And I think this is a great example of the need to question the sideboards that we've developed for scoring. And to your point, the thing I had thought about is if you draw a geographic center in this for a hiker, because this is all hiking access, what is it? And is that a way to delineate, okay, we have access up here and it accesses the whatever top half almost of the inaccessible or those aren't they're under accessible, but they're accessible.
Is this the one showing the access there?
This one.
So where is it? Is that what this line
Right
is here? This
So
county road?
what Dale and Paul have brought up is that here's public assets right here.
Right. Yep.
Now there's block management here.
Right.
So there's already public access up here.
Right.
But in this application, these two accesses are claiming all of this to get their payment.
Well, but I guess that's kind of what we've done all. Whitmire ones are kind of the same way. They go down there and then get out into the wildlife refuge. Well, then you've got the wildlife refuges. They're counting those acres. And it is access, and this is too, if you're tough enough to walk across there. I don't think Don and I'll be going out.
Well, and Travis brought up a really good point that this is only, I mean, there's a lot of them that if we took a hard look at them would fall under the same scenario. And again, as a council, I think we're appointed to take hard looks at these programs. And yeah, they've sailed through, but I just think we owe it to take a harder look at it and say, is this fair to the hunter out here? I mean, is the public getting a fair return, or are we juking the system here? And I tend to think that we need to take a harder look at some of these.
Well, if we're gonna make any adjustments, I think it won't happen now. We're gonna have to do this legislative wise. And if we recommend that, but now we've got to make a decision here. And this is quite a bit of money it's a 5-year contract. I might suggest, would he be willing to do a 1-year contract on it, or?
Probably. The other thing, he does not get the payment.
He goes to somebody else.
Because the landowner is actually his aunt or something. She gets the PAL payment. He leases the private property from her and he has the lease on the BLM. But he's in block, he's getting that payment, he's not getting this payment.
He probably has to give that to her block manager.
That's out of my control.
That's beyond.
Yeah.
You mean you don't want to get involved? involved in that deal too?
I kind of already am.
Oh, okay.
Well, one of the issues we've had all along too has been, if we pull one, will they pull out of block management? Do you foresee that?
He wasn't happy with his block management payment this year because it went down 100 days, it wasn't that much, but. So I don't know, I think he probably, the only reason he wanted to do a 5 years because he has a 5-year lease with the land. And with the BLM.
And this
so
is a renewal.
It's a renewal, yeah, it's been in for 4 years.
Yeah, but he did it year by year before, right?
No, he did, the first year was 1 year and then he did a 3-year
Oh, okay.
that just expired. Now it's, now he wants to do 5 just to stay with his lease term.
Yeah, well, I don't know how we change it unless we're gonna start drawing our own lines on the maps and deciding what's worth it, and what isn't. I don't have a palette. We do our block management, which opens up the country up, and there's a lot of it. I haven't done any of the neighbors have done some, but I've not done it because I always thought our block management probably compensated us for what was going on there. The way the fees were and all that, it was fair. And this guy's in a different situation, so I guess whatever you guys think. This, I don't know how we change it unless we're gonna take a pencil and draw a line through it.
Well, I would feel more comfortable if we shortened the term down, even if it were just 3 years. Or 1 year, whatever you want, then we can reevaluate all this, maybe we can get some changes next year.
Would it change your feelings on any of this? Would you guys have been like really looking at this if there was a road access to a parking spot further in? Again,
Sure, then you would have, I mean, it would definitely improve the access.
give you real access more than what.
Yeah.
I mean, the one parking area is on the county road.
Yeah.
Granted, it's.
Seemingly having their cake and eating it too years. Well, may not have that kind of road access in there.
Maybe there's
In their mind.
riches, maybe there's even any wagon train.
There's road back in there, but that's where he has his parking area for block 2. They just don't want vehicles back.
And that's understandable.
Right, yeah.
It makes perfect sense in the block.
Agreed.
You know, really, it makes better hunting.
Yeah,
Right, exactly.
It's-
That's a hell of a long ways over there to the upper, the Alaskan portion of it.
And really,
Walk all the way.
Somebody's tougher,
From-
but
not me.
not me. That looks pretty
Maybe
terrain.
Stephanie's walking that way.
I don't think so.
Well, it's 1.5 miles from each one of the parking spots to the BLM. And it's 1.5 miles roughly to this up here too, so.
yeah, but then you're 2 miles south.
The border.
in the middle of the road.
It's probably not our place to do it, right? I mean, but it does bring up things. I mean, Drew, you like to hunt in that and you do kind of think about the country and some of this. And I've seen what's happened in our area with all of a sudden, you now bring something to the center of that. It's not you anymore that's out there. It's 40, 50 others. And that's something, I don't know if that's really our task. We're all here about access and all that, but I mean, part of the reason some of this country is so great to hunt is because of that. And I don't know that that's our charge.
Nobody can get there.
So, but to clarify, Rich, that's not really the question,
I understand it's not that.
you know?
And nobody can hunt it.
That-
Because there's no access.
that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, of course, it's really good for.
Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense.
I get people who get.
I get
So if we play devil's advocate on this and there was no other option, you have the same type of access.
Through the BLM.
Through the BLM. You still have access. And it's literally in the middle of it. Instead of on the southern edge.
I
But
thought what Dale said was good. I mean, I think he's right. I mean, I even want to be that. I think we just have, it's our responsibility to just look at stuff and these are all kind of growing and ebbing and flowing. And so that's, I said, we move forward and then we look at ways to improve as we go and see those.
this is a two-edged sword and it was in the beginning. Yeah, it always has been. And in the beginning, it was all about creating the success of the Pella program, which was primarily designed to access inaccessible, underaccessible water, or public, geez.
I don't know if walking is really accessible.
Yeah, it can be. Yeah.
That might be your last one.
And I think now, I mean, as you're looking at an ask for an increase in this program, because of its success, then we start looking at, you know, you said equities, I look at the inequities. I mean, you're granting access to lands that the public owns. And it's just an interesting dichotomy between block and public when you put them together, clearly. So my understanding of this situation is, you know, we are where we are today, and Region 7 has brought this in the regular process that they've known in the past, and it qualifies. I do think that change isn't, I mean, change could be legislative ball, but if it's legislative, it's whether or not you can do both, or if they want to put some other sideboards on it. These sideboards, they're applying based on what was created in the beginning for these PALAs without every detail of working through all of them. It's like we were looking at that little 80-acre piece and what that meant the other day, a lot more money. And now you look at it and go, oh, it's 525. Seems more stomachable. This could simply be a future change in the sideboards without legislation. It could be a recommendation that we make to the department that in these situations, you measure the access. Like I said, maybe it's a dividing line, just as a theory.
So I guess when I met with Evan and Jason, one of the things, there was a really good new one that was proposed in Region 4. And they wanted to do 5 years, and I was all for it. It's an excellent.
That's a different thing.
Fair enough.
That's a good one.
It's a great one, actually. I commend them. It's fantastic. But they said that it's possible that budgetarily that it wouldn't get approved for 5 years.
Right.
So that's where I have a problem with this one, saying that this one, renewing it for 5 years is more important than. And that's not necessarily a good way to put it, I
No,
guess, but I mean, the one was a significant.
That has significant neighborhood
Agreed.
realities.
Like, I mean, huge.
That is a huge win.
And so I guess I would feel more comfortable if we did only 1 year on this one.
So Travis, what's your thought on coming back with it on an annual basis?
I'll talk to him. Okay. I don't think that'd be a deal breaker.
We just don't wanna send you out there and make all the deals and then say, oh, no, well, that's too much. Not how the rules are. It says it's approved, it's been approved, it's been paid for 4 years. And now we're getting parsimonious. Get right down to it.
Well, and what we're seeing is how it works out with the whole slate of access programs.
Right.
You know, that's really the challenge here. And they mean something different in different regions in the state. I mean, just like we saw in one, that's so different than here. I mean,
Yeah.
no comparison.
I guess I just would feel more comfortable. I mean, if I knew that one was gonna get approved for 5 years, I would be more inclined.
Well, we said we had double the money.
Flex, but.
Got double the money.
But budgetarily, we can afford everything that's being proposed,
Okay.
including this at a 5-year agreement.
Okay,
Lena built that into her budget analysis, and we still have an additional 100,000 we are
Okay.
spending from this cycle. That'll be,
so I mean, there's a good chance that one will still get approved at 5.
oh yeah. So the way these work, again, you guys make a recommendation, we take that to the director. It's his decision on what he wants to do with those. To date, in the last 3 cycles, we've gone through this process. I've not had any one of the previous directors say, no, I want to go a different direction from what PLPW was looking at. But again, that's their prerogative, and if they wanted to do this weeding one for 5 years, that would be the director's decision, right? You guys are providing a recommendation, so. You know, there's all of those factors in play, right? You got the public land lease, you got the landowner situation, you got the landowner having their family member receiving the payment, there's a block management component, there's complexities, of course, relationship wise, all of this stuff, it all factors into these things. And I think you're doing a good job in your due diligence of sitting down and providing some guidance, because we wrestle as well as through this process of what are the sideboards, how can we make this fit? Not just this project, just this program as a whole, fit with current capacity that we have set up for access staff, check in with the public land agencies. That's one of the reasons we have a lot of holdups is what does the BLM think? What does the DNRC think? Where are we at with this process? And so these TALAs are a difficult application. And so you guys can see that directly here of, in this example, if somebody wanted to go to 16, the access being provided is a whole lot easier to get to than going from 7. It's just where do you want to go? How's the access being improved?
And that's totally to Dale's point. Yeah. But, okay, so I missed Everett for a while. Hang on one second, Everett. Okay, go ahead. I lost it.
Could somebody who is opposed to a 5-year agreement, just state for me why? Again, I'm kind of getting lost a little bit.
I just think there needs to be just a check in terms of some of the things and how we're awarding money on these. And tomorrow, one of our tasks for tomorrow is for the council to make a recommendation on the access program. I've drawn up some notes that I want to bring forward specific to the PALA program. And if they're adopted, it's going to change the payment structure, or it could, I shouldn't say it will, because there's some of them that I talked to Travis about and said, I just really have a hard time with giving this number to the scoring system. But yet I went back and kind of looked at them and said, okay, we reduced this by 2 points. Like in 1 in 15, did it reduce the payment? And it was minimal. So it may not be significant, but in this case, and in the case that the one that we looked at before, depending on how many acres you are including in here and saying we're improving access, it's a significant amount of money. And or it potentially could be a significant amount of money. And it's just something that I think the department needs to come to some type of standardization over, and there needs to be consistency amongst the regions, not just on what they're counting on acres, but also the scoring system that they're using. And if we're saying, you know what, he wants 5 years, we're going to give him 5 years, and we go in, we look at it, and if they adopted a new system, and all of a sudden, instead of $15,000, it's $9,000 over 5 years. That's a lot of money. And then you are treating people inequitably.
If I could, Ed, Mr. Chair.
Do you have one of the public access land agreement payment schedules in front of you? So the rating schedule.
Give me 2 seconds and I will. Go ahead.
Okay, so midway down and lower, it gets to the large contiguous block public land incentive. And so that's an addition of $6,000 for 10,000 plus or minus total inaccessible acres. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, the question is, what are you counting here? The agreement is outlined within the green, and
their lease is the green.
Or their lease is the green. The contiguous is the whole thing. But you're providing in this agreement access to under accessible through a southern approach when you already have approach in the middle. Isn't that what you're talking about? So it's how we're quantifying it. It isn't Travis's mistake at all that we're talking about. We don't see that at all. It's not how Travis scored it, because he scored it the way the scoring sheet is. So it's just a matter of, when you look at it now with this agreement and amongst everything we've done, this is how it's been. But the question becomes, are we really providing access inaccessible to 10,000 plus acres? It's how we're counting it. That was the question.
So I guess my reasoning for 1 year is, first, the way that I initially said about the thing, which apparently is a moot point. But also, I mean, it maybe gives time to go back and see if this needs to be readjusted without sitting here and
Right.
swallowing forever on it, I guess. Because I don't think we can change it today or change the boundaries or anything today. It would be an approve 1 year, approve 5 years, or deny. So that's kind of where I'm looking at it.
So what do you think, Everett?
Makes me feel more comfortable.
Well, my thought is this: one, if there is is it inaccessible or under accessible? What's the language? Because I think that matters.
It's under accessible.
Okay,
In this case.
so if it's under accessible, that becomes a little bit more subjective than inaccessible, which I think is an important distinction. But and I mean, if we wanted to teeter-totter on that, we could, but I'm going back to 60K over 5 years. I am fiscally conservative in my household and how I vote, but we've got money in our account, and 60K over the course of the budget over 5 years. I'm really okay with spending that for the access. So that to me is not, as big of a deal. I'm seeing a lot of heads shaking around the room. Am I missing something here?
No, I agree with you, Everett.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I agree with you on that too. I mean, really, there was another one in Region 4 that was kind of the same, similar.
I love the idea of increasing the access to large chunks like this, and access means different things to different people. And if you're taking guys who are using track wheelchairs, getting 500 yards down the road is a really big deal, right? And if you're doing guys like Drew who can powerhouse 10 miles with 100 pounds on their back, I mean, whatever, right? So it's different for everybody in that. But as I look this one over, if we're talking about under accessible, I'm liking it more. If we're talking about inaccessible, that maybe limits us a little bit. But I would give approval for 1 or 5 years on this agreement.
Well,
How about a compromise and go 3 years? Because we can't change anything before 3 years.
Rich, you were gonna something.
I guess I'm still trying to get my hands around it a little bit, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, again, it's not, I'm nothing against the access, I guess, it's what they actually have of that they're actually responsible for, and what they're getting paid to actually give access to. Cause it goes back to the brewery thing, and they can get in everybody can come in that way, but my name is on the lease for those acres in terms of a lessee. And so I think that those, if we're all kind of working in the spirit of, I would think it would be what encompasses what you actually lease, but.
Yeah, well, it is, I think the green.
No, the green it's all of it. It's I just asked Travis, they applied for all the BLM acres, not just what they lease.
Oh, okay, that would make a big difference.
So, no, you just,
No, it's just
on here with total leased acres, which is this.
The green, right?
But then just, because it's all contiguous.
No, I do get it's contiguous, it's just not their responsibility.
I agree with that.
It's not their responsibility, right? It's not their responsibility, like if.
Paid for accessing the neighbor's lease, because all those ones that Bertolds have up there on the Canadian line, which is right across from the Canadian Park. And they're getting paid, but there's the neighbors there that all have leases also. So not to do it. So you can't give them a payment for leasing the neighbor's outfit, even though it's just a lease.
Yeah.
So that does beg a little clarification, because the contract can only apply, they can only apply if the access point is their lease.
Because why wouldn't Brewer in this case,
No,
all
I
of
get
this,
that.
all this.
But the rest of it is not quantified in statute,
Oh, okay, I'd say, okay.
right?
We've kind of made it a deal to not
No,
let me lease it, BLM pasture. Cause they can come sneak through or come through mine to get there, and that's. kind of what-
actually, we didn't. What we did is, if somebody was allowing their property to be accessed under one of these agreements, but it went to a piece of public land that was not leased by them, it was not qualifiable.
Right, you're gonna get paid for the acre.
But that's just for the access point,
Right.
not for what's contiguous to it, right?
You're
But
gonna get paid for it.
But, so in this situation, Everett pointed out something that I overlooked here, and that this add-on is for inaccessible public land. And I've never caught that till you said it, Everett.
So much to be added.
This is under accessible. So if you, and this is not law, this thing right here is not law, this is a guide crafted by us in the department.
And the other thing that we haven't talked much about, Chad, in all of these is the social aspect of this. We have,
Oh, I know,
we have people that want to cooperate
I know.
with the department.
And this is where they have the metal on the floor.
Right.
Who are offering us access,
Yeah,
and they could very easily go to a third party, whether that be a private citizen or an outfitter or whomever, and get $15,000 really fast.
What's an outward? I never have been able to get
Yeah.
anybody. to
So
tell me.
we have the budget, let's use it.
Yeah.
so I think without debating that anymore, because we can do that all day long. We need to, and it doesn't, I mean, we just need to make a recommendation for the department in this particular one. And what I'm hearing is either change it from 5 years to something less on the contract length. So that's what I'm hearing.
I'd make that motion
So,
for that point,
okay,
3 years.
I'll second.
so thumbs up for a 3-year, Rich? Damn.
But it's a committee, right? It's not,
Well,
it's unanimous,
so-
so it's
so-
unanimous.
It's
Well,
a consensus.
We've
Okay,
never
then-
done that.
then I
Fist
guess
5. So are you a fist?
I guess
I'm gonna stand in the way of it?
No, I don't want.
Do we have to be?
Or are you
So
a
3
one?
years. I gotta be in or out, right? If that's 3
Yeah,
years.
it's a
Well-
consensus. now.
Okay, so it's, then I'm in.
Then you're in.
Yeah, it's better than not.
Other discussions on it?
It brings up lots of good points for further
Oh,
discussion.
yeah.
I
It
agree.
does.
I mean, it
Yes.
really is a
Yeah.
unique.
We clearly cannot go backwards on this right now,
No.
so.
Yeah.
No, our guy made.
Because the director's
It's gonna
gonna,
be doable.
he's gonna say, you guys are nuts anyways. Well, to the point of where we came from to where we are now, if you think about this council providing this is I think the third rendition ultimately. We used to spend 2-day meetings going over these issues, talking about every individual project.
We're getting
And now
close.
we've done it in an hour. So we've made a lot of efficiencies. What I would say is that statute says everything is negotiable. Right, so the sideboards we have here are just those guidelines that we developed. But everything, the improvement costs, total payments, everything, even penalties is negotiable. So when we have that breadth in the statute to guide. I mean, again, landowner comes back, says, I want 5, then it's right back to the negotiation piece of this whole thing. So just be thinking about that as you think about those recommendations too, as we try to tighten this up a little bit to provide that staff guidance, because we're trying to be consistent to landowners. But when everything is negotiable, how do you be consistent?
So to your point, Rich, maybe a contingency on that Region 6 one is that she actually gets up there and gets boots on the ground and sees it.
Or somebody goes and sees.
I'm just
it.
saying that's move, I mean, that's.
Yeah. Okay, so we're good, we recommend 3 years, Travis. Okay. And that's it for ones that are to be discussed today. Okay, so Katie's coming back tomorrow. Correct.
They bring us the green now.
Yeah, Katie will have it.
again, the green outline is not what's measuring access. The green outline is what they have leased. Similar to this weeding one we just discussed, there's pieces that are getting access improved. But there are also pieces that are legally accessible, so. Yeah, thanks, Jason.
So. We missed public comment.
There was nobody who signed, there's 2 people who signed up to comment online, but nobody showed up on the list as an attendee.
Anybody present?
So there's still no public commenters as attendees online.
We moved to the biggest city in Montana with certainty that many folks would show up.
Should have done it in Lewistown.
Lewistown, there we go. So 5 o'clock, our last item for the agenda today was home reports. So maybe we'll start with Everett.
Well, wish I could have been there in Billings, guys, but my home report pretty small. I know we've got our new supervisor, Kendra McCluskey, and looking forward to her taking the reins over from Randy, and wondering when we might get her replacement for access coordinator over here. So that's I think that's a good move by the department. So happy about that. And I know the reservation system and the apps come up quite a bit over here, so we're looking forward to those. And I know we've talked with the director about that. One thing that did come up was some budget tightening that's happening across the department, and maybe that would have been good for us to chat with the director about, but I didn't want to blindside him on that at that moment. But I know like our citizens advisory committee, a lot of things got trimmed there, so just kind of concerned and looking towards that. And then the other thing that's popped up recently is this mule deer management group that's working outside of the FWP's sanctioned, for lack of a better word, mule deer working group. And so that happened with the elk management plan too. This one's causing a lot of confusion just because a lot of people think it's part of the departments and it's not. I also know we've got some committee members here on PLPW that are part of that. So might be good just to chat about that at some point. I don't know. But it's definitely on a lot of people's radar. So that's really all I've got.
Thanks, Everett. Donna.
Well, thank you. Sorry, I'm not there as well. Circumstances made us yesterday afternoon, things changed. So, but anyhow, as far as my home report, I'm working with the Ruby Valley Strategic Alliance Council. There is a few Black Mountain users there, Ruby Dell Ranch being one of those. And so it's been a very informative council. We're working on some wildfire mitigation and the tobacco roots, some transportation issues on some Forest Service roads to try to improve that. And then one project is putting cameras out in some grazing areas so we can see the grizzly bear activities. So I've been trying to become more involved in helping with sightings of the grizzlies, but from a distance, let's say. But it's something in our area that that needs work and attention as they are becoming more and more a part of our lifestyle here in southwest corner of Montana. I agree with Everett. There is confusion with the mule deer working group, and some of the members are on our board. So maybe if they could give us an update at some point, that would be nice. And I would say I'm happy to hear so many people are concerned about mule deer, because they really are in a delicate situation with their population, and I'm concerned about their survival rate in some areas. So that's about all I have for my home report.
Thank you, Donna. Rich?
Okay, up in my area, just a couple of things. So mule deer management is definitely a thing. My report came back. We've seen I'm so, I gotta look at my notes. So what a decrease we've had in mule deer population, 11% just on our counts. That's estimates. What we've seen over the last 3 years, I think pressure of hunting, pressure of other species, and drought have been probably the biggest things that have affected mule deer. They just seem to be really more susceptible. They seem like their habitat is very specific as opposed to the other species that are out there. So that's that. Like Donna said, we've seen a couple, I haven't, but there's been a couple Facebook, a couple of videos going around of grizzly bears and the bear paws. So that's, I'm super excited about that. Was there a tone to that I got? The other thing we've had, and I guess I should say that too, and I don't know how it fits in, because as far as predation with mule deer too, because you'd think, but the cats have been tough. We were pretty lucky to get another, thanks to FWP, we got another animal quota for that to increase that. But talking to my biologist from Utah that comes up every year and looks at that, and said, you could probably kill 3 times that of what the quota is and not put a dent in it. But they're hell on wildlife. The cats are. So that's something we, like I said, I think I brought this up before. And then just other things that we're seeing, I think maybe Jason, I don't know about Region 6 fully, but certainly bear paws, which we are Region 6, huge increase in traffic, during the seasons. And more, we had a bunch of, I probably counted 6, 8 different guys out, really nice guys, all on e-bikes out, shed hunting on state land, which no big deal. That's their right to do that, but that's just more traffic that we're seeing with that, and more e-bikes. Just that's new to me in all my areas. So anyway, that's what I've got.
Thank you. Ray?
Well, not much in my area. The winter was too mild. There wasn't enough cats taken, there wasn't enough wolves taken, anything like that. The only exciting thing really is where we've been going over the Pella stuff. If you notice, there was 3 from Region 1, all because of Macy, and that's the only ones there's been in western Montana.
Yeah, nothing in Region 2 yet, and that was the first one.
Yeah, so you can tell that she's really been working at it. So.
Over in my neck of the woods, we just got 20 inches of snow, and then it went to 85 a few days later. So everything's getting green and floody. I also have heard stuff about the budget from some of the staff members of FWP that they're being asked to cut some stuff. So that's of concern. Our biologist said elk are at objective and all HDs except for 410 is slightly low. Mule deer are still very low, but fawn recruitment is up a little, which is promising. Again, I think mostly drought and predation pressure. Sage grouse counts were about the same as last year, but short tails are really up, which is kind of cool to hear for hunters, myself included. A mountain lion killed the last mature ram in the Little Belts herd, so that was kind of a little bit of heartbreak. But I did see the commission is looking at upping our quota, so that's great. Per our biologist, a few got past the goalie, and somehow there were a couple lambs last year, so they're hoping that maybe something happened. So there's still a little hope. She thinks there's about 21 still alive on it. So what's that? Also hearing a lot of scuttle about the mule deer working group outside. I think the public is super confused, and so that might be something to address. But that's all.
Is Eric gonna be on the ball?
Oh, one more thing, I do want to give a shout out to Evan and Jason. They really are doing some amazing things with Region 4. So, and to all of you guys, I mean, what a hard job. So, thanks.
Yeah.
Really, really an easy winter, which is reflected in, I think, in the number of antelope, deer, turkeys, upland game birds we're seeing. Been out chasing turkeys a lot, and I'm seeing noticeably more deer than I saw a year ago. And I'm guessing that I think Fish, Wildlife and Parks is real close to being done with their spring flights in Region 7. So it'll be interesting to see if what the reports are showing the same thing. And again, the deer are not everywhere by any means, but I do think there's more. I was definitely seeing a lot more fawns from last year. We got about 4 inches of rain a week and a half ago in Miles City, and the grass and vegetation was really slow, and I think it's going to kick in now. Of course, grasshoppers are still a concern. A lot of hope that the rain's going to kill them, but from my experience dealing with these, until they're hatched, they're really not very susceptible to big kills from rain. So I don't know that it's going to have much of an effect. Kind of like everybody else has reported, boy, when that report got released on that group that's proposing some new mule deer regulations, the hunters I'm talking to are really up in arms on it. The idea of potentially not hunting deer or bucks in November, and choosing between whitetail and mule deer. There's just a lot of moving parts, and of course this is just a proposal, but it has definitely got people's attention. And I would say from the people that I have talked to, the general consensus is very negative.
100%.
Thanks, Dale. I'll go. Grizzly bears. So there was a grizzly bear killed by a horn hunter north of Illinois, Wolf Creek. And the big thing there really has been, what did that person use, a 44 or 10 millimeter? That's the big question. I don't have that answer. I didn't check with the department, but at any rate, a horn hunter was charged by a grizzly sow and dispatched that. So that's kind of been the big thing around Helena, because really everybody over there is fishing in that vicinity. And so it was interesting to see it happen over there. Turkeys, everybody's happy for turkeys, and they're not even doing too much of it around us. Everybody seems to go over to like Dale's Country or Fallon, even though fuel's $4, they drive all the way across the state to shoot a gobbler. So highly motivated besides elk. The mule deer thing has come to me more from the top than from the bottom down. Bottom meaning everyday hunter. Most people I talk to are primarily concerned about elk, and that's just the folks that I run into, or they really love hunting whitetails out of a tree stand. So I do know there's a lot going on there, and it is a big question. I've had the pleasure of talking to 3 different landowners in the area that 2 participate in block, and they're always looking for how do we use access to get to those elk in a shoulder season that doesn't exist, except for just south of them. And so then they deal with the same problems, and they're looking for that elk, even though they do participate in blocks. So it's always a matter of getting people to where elk are. And then the second was elk moving, like we know, to places where they have a moment of security. And it can be one state section amongst a season where you can only harvest a cow on private ground. And so then the problem becomes the public ground, because that tag is only issued for, So it's interesting how each region, and this is just across the belts, one side to the other. And then one who was in block is out of block a couple of years ago. And it was like we talked last time about knowing that program flexibility is there and how tricky it is for regional access managers to ride that line with folks and make sure they know what options they have. This was an older landowner that I had just met. I knew about him, and I'm anxious to talk to him more about it in the future. And that's it for me. The fishing season's been great over by Helena, but a lot of people coming over, a lot of access for that, and a lot of pressure, but people are happy to catch fat rainbows. So, yep.
I don't think it ever looked any better up north after we had a nice open winter. Yeah, I won't be all made it. We didn't go across the Missouri and end up in Garfield County and down there, so everything was pretty good. Mule deer did pretty good. I think there didn't look like there was any of them left at the end of the season. And then the guy showed up and there was, normally up in the wilderness study areas in the middle of our ranch, there's 75,000 acres up there, and that's one of the trend line things is that they do their studies in it. The last couple of years, it's been enough winter that the Canadian deer come down there, and how do you tell which ones go Canadian and which ones don't, you know? So I think their numbers will be good. Every goes gonna have 2 fawns, I'm sure. It'll be nice winter.
How much, sorry, how much rain did you guys get?
Got 2 inches right there, and we're kind of in a spot where everybody wondered why it went around us for 100 and something years. So it's, we get good there, everybody, all the rain follows the plow, it rains more where the farm, where the rock piles of the ground grass are, it doesn't rain.
You put a funnel on the top of your cage too?
Well, some of them got one that goes like this, you're not supposed to turn it over.
Oh, I hear they need some good ag teachers over in Bozeman. Maybe you should be over there, teach them how to do that. Thanks.
Yeah, well, without being redundant, a lot of the same issues, but one other one that came up these past couple months, it's a good example for us in terms of access right in your country, Dale, was you guys familiar with that river closure in Region 7 on the Yellowstone? So it was a topic for the committee. They were going to open up this river closure. It's been closed since the late 50s or early 60s, somewhere in there. Essentially, it's one of the few spots in the state that's a refuge for waterfowl. And you would think that public land hunters would want that open immediately. There's hundreds of thousands of waterfowl that roost there now. Biologically, they're way better off than they were 50, 60 years ago. But during the last comment period at the very 11th hour, sportsmen, both public land and private land sportsmen, came out of the woodwork and really advocated hard for that to stay closed. When I think about this, it reminds me of how nuanced access is and how every situation is so different. And that one really, was kind of the epitome of interesting and it's a good case study, and I'm sure you heard plenty about it over there in Region 7. And our farm happens to be right smack in the middle of that closure area, so I heard about it from a lot of sportsmen. And so eventually they decided to keep it closed for now.
What was the reason? I'm curious. Or what did you hear?
I'd say more social pressure than anything. I think sportsmen feel like there's enough good public access, both public land and private landowners that are just willing to open up their land to hunt. And they were worried about the river being opened and then ruining the quality of the hunt. Is that a good,
That those birds would move off, more or less, that they would relearn to not be there.
And for your notes, Rich, we got 4.3 and 4.
Oh, all right. I do like to know that. That's cool.
Thanks, Ed. Thanks, sure.
Well, with keeping with the PLPW private land, I've talked to a lot of landowners. And I think the biggest complaint that they have in certain regions is that they are not brought into the fold. They aren't asked, their opinions on changes and stuff. And I think that's something we need to do better. I mean, for instance, the permits up in your area, and the elk permits and the deer permits in 410, 417, where, that pretty much gonna put some outfitters and landowners out of business. And the outfitters up there that are on that land are also landowners too. So I mean, I think the problem is more on the public ground than it is private. But, they weren't really, nobody goes and talks to these guys. And there's a lot of issues other than that too. I mean, just got to, I think the department needs to do a better job of bringing them into the fold. I know they give plenty of opportunities to participate on comments, but they don't do it. They're not gonna do it. You're gonna have to make the effort to go out and talk to them. The other thing is, predators, we over in eastern Montana, around 7, that area, we don't have a cat problem, but we got a coyote problem. I mean, when you've got if you wound an antelope at night and you find him the next day and he's picked to the bone clean, you know you got too many coyotes, and I think they're really doing a huge negative effect on our farms and stuff. And I personally, there is a bounty program out there. I would like to see maybe revamp that or something and work on that. But we need to do something with these coyotes. And I know there's some talk that it won't do any good, and you know they just reproduce more and more all the time. But I don't know about that. I'm pretty familiar with the mule deer group that brought those proposals forward. Friends of mine brought them. We're just kind of brainstorming with some ideas that they wanted to just throw out there. These weren't, you know, necessarily in stone, but they just wanted to bring some ideas out because they think there's a definite need for something to be done to our mule deer, and I agree. But one thing it did do, it sure has opened up the conversation with a lot. I've seen it everywhere, conversation on Facebook and all these Hunt Talk and all that kind of stuff. But I don't think they were putting that out there to hurt anybody or anything else, but I do think they wanted to, you know, open the conversation to some, make some changes. So with that.
Same, you know, especially on the mule deer. But hey, I was fiddling around on the Pala that we looked at for Area 3 there. And on the Hunter Planner software, you can go in there and you can say your species, and then it has a drop down in the next area, so that you can pick the district. For example, 323 doesn't exist if you pick elk. So there's a flaw in the Hunter Planner program somehow.
That's how you decrease pressure.
I guess, exactly. So I'm sure that's not, it's not just that single one. I mean, it'll come up on the map, 323, for example, will come up on the map. But if you use that particular entry onto the map, it won't even show it.
You'll have it all to yourself.
Well, yeah, but you know, we're supposed to be doing improvements, right? So there was a noticeable, and I did it like 3 times just because I was looking at that palette, and I go, oh boy. Anyway,
Thanks for
that's all I
that.
have.
We'll relay that to our GIS folks.
I'm sure they'll love it.
It's the only way to find out about it. Somebody's gonna let you know.
Can I interrupt? Cindy, they were restructuring that district, so 323 is now a district because it was needed for better management of mule deer. So there's a new, they divided that 320, I think it was 322 now into 3 districts. So it is back in, but it may not be in the regulations yet.
Yeah, it was definitely, because I referred to the regulations to make sure I wasn't somewhere off track. And I know that they have readjusted those things, but if you don't bring it up now, when they stick it in the reg, it won't be in the computer the right way. Thank you.
Everett, you want to last go at this thing? We want to go eat.
Yeah, real quick, can we switch item number 1 and 3 tomorrow morning? Is that possible at all? Respectfully.
What would you consider item number 3?
A welcome and discussion.
Yeah, can we leave the welcome to the end? No, I just, the hunter landowner relations and everything we've done with that, I've got to leave at noon tomorrow, but I'd really like to be on that discussion if it's possible.
I don't think so. I think that's the time block that ComEd had available.
Okay.
Is that correct, Jason?
Yeah, and we are also locked in with the 11 o'clock as well.
Sorry about that. It's a big one. It's a good one. Okay, so we have dinner at, what's it called?
So it is the last chance cider mill and pub.
And it is
Last Chance cider mill and pub on Montana.
Yeah.
It's downtown or close to downtown
No,
at 6:30.
That's where the blanket people.
Last chance cider mill,
Cider pub.
cider mill and pub.
Okay, and our hotel is all the way out on the west end. Thank you very much for those arrangements.
Where do we stay?
At least we're close to Costco.
Oh, great.
We're only on the west end.
We're on the west end.